All right, all right, all right, all right. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:54 p.m. And of course, today's date is 11th of April, 2025. A lot is going on for sure. The president of China, Xi, President Xi, has retaliated against the United States and is saying, you know what? I'm not scared. China, China is not scared. According to President Xi, he said China isn't scared, and now Beijing heats the United States with 125% tariff. So that is that. And also, China has retaliated against Hollywood by restricting the movies that come into China market. So now moving forward, Hollywood blockbuster movies may not be seen in China. But all of this was because of the tariff from the White House on China. So China is looking for ways to get Trump's attention and to figure out a way to stop this increase in tariff. And yeah, that's what's going on now. And it's become a trade war for sure. This has always been Trump's goal target to target and bring China to the table. That's why he included everybody. All those other countries weren't the target. China was the big dog, and they wanted to bring China, President Xi, to the table. But so far, it has not been successful, particularly when it concerns China. But moving forward, let's see what President Xi uh, said to the United States and, of course, the commander in chief, Trump. And CNN has the update.
China is digging in. Americans are waking up to a whole new escalation in the global trade war. Beijing is hiking its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods today from 84% to 125%. And for the first time since this all started, we're actually hearing from the Chinese President Xi Jinping himself. Xi saying that his nation is, quote unquote, not afraid, and also warning, quote, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This after President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods even higher, 145% now, as we're all trying to keep track. The White House says they're waiting for China to pick up the phone. China says essentially the same thing about the United States. This very clearly showing what a tit for tat looks like, sending markets tumbling Thursday. But President Trump still optimistic when meeting with his cabinet.
We think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Stock futures are right now up across the board. Let's see if they stay a beautiful thing today. But what is concerning investors a lot right at the moment, the U.S. dollar falling to its weakest level against the euro in 3 years. CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for us once again. CNN's Mark Stewart, we're not letting him go. He's in Beijing for us. Mark, tell us more about China's counterpunch and what it's going to mean.
Hi, Kate. Good morning. Look, none of this is a surprise. These latest tariffs are very much in the Chinese playbook. But what's very attention-getting to me is the fact that China is now saying it's not going to raise tariffs any higher, saying it has other weapons, almost making fun of the United States for raising the stakes, raising the numbers so high. Let me share with you some remarks we got late today from a government official here in Beijing who said that the United States is engaging in nothing more than a numbers game with no real economic significance, going on to say the United States is exposing itself as a participant in weaponizing tariffs, as a tool of bullying and coercion, turning itself into a joke. So that is the latest where China stands in this back and forth tit for tat. The other big headline of the day is that we are hearing from Chinese President Xi Jinping, really the first time since this whole trade war escalated to such a high level. The big headline is that he is saying China is not afraid. These are remarks that were made with the Spanish Prime Minister here in Beijing. And according to state media, he said that China is going to continue to remain confident. It's going to remain focused, saying there are no real winners in the trade war. Kate, the language that we're hearing from Xi Jinping is very consistent with what we've heard from other government officials over the last few days. And as you mentioned, as far as the possibility of a phone call between Xi Jinping and President Trump, not in the near future. That's the messaging that we're feeling from Beijing, at least.
And that is quite a statement that you got from that government official. Just, the gloves are off now in terms of how the two sides are going to be talking about it. We will need to stand by and see how Donald Trump responds to that. But also stand by with me, Mark. I'm going to get to the White House and get to Elena Treen here. Elena, are you getting any reaction yet this morning to this escalation from China?
So far, the White House has not responded to the latest remarks from China or from President Xi. But what I will say is that the White House has been very dug in on its position as it relates to China. They're acting very defiant in this kind of trade tit for tat that we are seeing. But I think what's been very clear so far, Kate, is that this position is not going to be tenable for much longer. At some point, the two sides are going to need to really open lines of communications. Now, we actually have a story out this morning kind of breaking all of this down, but at the crux of it, Kate, is this. Two White House officials tell me that the president and the U.S. will not reach out to China first. The president has made it clear to his team and to his advisors that he wants China to come to them. And really, he wants to have a high-level meeting directly between him and President Xi himself. Now, this has been what the White House has been communicating to Beijing for several months now. But on the other side, we also know that Beijing does not really want to have that high-level meeting. What they've been trying to do is open communications at a lower level. And so really, there's been this stalemate and no talks at all going on right now between the Trump administration and that of President Xi. Now, one hurdle of what we're hearing behind the scenes here at the White House is that the president believes that President Xi does not want to be seen as weak. And that's really as well kind of what's coming into this refusal and waiting to see who blinks first here. Now, we've also heard President Donald Trump say that he is confident that he can reach a deal at some point. He said that he believes China will come around. He said China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how to go about it. They're proud people. We've heard similar rhetoric from some of his top economic advisors saying that the ball is now in China's court. It's clear that's not how China sees this, but I think the key question now moving forward is that really how this all is decided is going to be on how much pain are they willing to take, how much more pain are they willing to see in this escalation of these tariffs without any real communications to ensure there's an off-ramp.
Yeah, exactly. How much pain is the Trump administration willing to endure, and also the American people? How much pain is China willing to endure as well? Elena, stick with me. Mark, in this moment, this tit for tat has been going on now, for quite some time. Why do you think, and what are you hearing about why Xi Jinping is speaking out in this moment?
I think really two reasons, Kate. Number one, simply being it's time. The Chinese economy, in addition to what's happening now, is already dealing for Xi Jinping to continue to build national unity, to build national pride as it deals with yet another economic headwind. And then the other reason, if we look at the calendar, Xi Jinping is about to embark on a trip to Cambodia, to Vietnam, and Malaysia. These are key trading partners. These are relationships that he has been strengthening over the years. So as he builds bridges to these other nations, it's a way to also project some stability and to let the world know where China stands and that it is a strong, formidable player.
Absolutely. Vietnam, one of the nations also that the Trump administration is trying to prioritize and renegotiating a trade deal now. all of it related. Likely none of it a coincidence in this moment. Mark, thank you so much. Elena at the White House for us, as always. Thank you guys very, very much.
Kit, while I have you, and this is actually some information that we just received right now from the State Council Tariff Commission, saying in a statement a short while ago that China will be raising retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports to 125%. This is information that's just coming into CNN right now, again, citing the State Council Tariff Commission. I'm curious what your immediate reaction is with your expertise, this counterstrike, shall we call it, from China directed at the U.S. business market.
It's not so surprising, you know, in the sense that they'll do the same. The key, of course, is that the U.S. is the big importer. The Chinese don't import anything like as much from the United States as the United States imports from China. So other countries come back with a tariff response, but the whole starting point from this in the United States was we're running a massive trade deficit, and we don't run big surpluses with anybody. So we can raise tariffs on you, and if you retaliate, it has less impact on us net. So I'm not massively surprised. It just keeps the whole thing, the chance of quick resolution and of us getting back to a world of free trade seem to be fading, and there will be a negative growth effect around the world that it's going to be hard to avoid now.
Fascinating. And finally, Kit, I'm curious, what are some of those factors that, and speaking of foreign investment, what are some of those factors that can tend to scare foreign investors away from U.S. assets? Is it this talk of tariffs?
No, I think it's if the tariffs reduce the profitability of U.S. companies, do I need to own so many of my U.S. equities? They've done fantastically. Am I worried that if the Chinese decide they no longer want to hold U.S. treasuries to the size that they used to, that I'm going to cause a loss of the U.S. treasury market's really important status as the safest asset in the world, and the rise in U.S. yields? Some of it reflects weaker demand, so people are going to pay much more attention to treasury auctions going forwards from here. But another part of it, quite simply, is foreigners have accumulated $65 trillion worth of U.S. assets. That's a lot of your money to have parked in one place. And if you're worried that the U.S. is withdrawing into itself a little bit more now, maybe you want to lighten up and put some of it somewhere else if you can.
We got to leave it there. Kit Jukes, thank you so much for your expertise. We're really glad that we have that insight.
Who's going to back down? I do know for a fact that Trump is likely not going to back down. There we go.
Republicans say that we are going to be crushed under the burden of debt, that our kids are going to inherit all of this debt, and that we have a responsibility to be fiscally responsible, to at least attempt to balance the budget. Now, Republicans are in power, and there is not even a single conversation about doing that. No one is talking about trying to be fiscally responsible, to not spend or have expenditures without paying for it. Why is that?
Well, I can tell you, the Democrat Party has moved radically left. And Bill Clinton was in charge.
Not
hold on.
Democrat.
Hold on, Clinton. When Bill Clinton was in charge, when Bill Clinton was in charge, Democrats balanced the budget. Well, when Bill Clinton was in power, Democrats balanced the budget. They passed a bill to cut 400,000 people out of the federal government. 55 Democrats voted for it. You couldn't find 5 that would vote for that today.
That's not true. Listen, there is actually a Doge caucus. Hold on, there's a Doge caucus right now that was prepared to work with this administration on cuts. What happened was that the administration decided they didn't want to do that. They were just going to do it single-handedly. That they could have stood up a bipartisan commission to cut the federal government the way Bill Clinton did with Republicans in Congress.
Wait a minute.
They did not
tonight
do
in our
that.
town hall, Johanna Hayes, the representative
why?
from Connecticut, was asked does she agree with any cuts that Elon Musk made. She can't do
why
it.
did this administration not take leadership and say, let's stand up a
bipartisan
bipartisan commission and
Congress
cut
is
the
completely
government?
useless over 20 years when it comes to being fiscally responsible. They've done nothing. So you're absolutely right, Abby. You said it's kind of a backwards process. And what Trump has basically said is Republicans and Democrats alike, when it comes to being fiscally responsible, you've done nothing. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, you've done nothing. So we're going to do it. Now that has to be backed up. And what you'll see is Russ will bring bills, rescission bills, over the next year or so that kind of back up what Doge is doing. And that's a very important piece of this. So Trump is the only president in the last 25 years that has actually tweeted out and publicly used the words balanced budget, balance it now. He's trying to drive forward, and you're right.
Let's talk first one second about some numbers. I think this is super important. You're talking about balancing a budget in the context of Doge. Here is what Doge has estimated to have saved, according to its own website. This is what Elon now says is going to be the target, $150 billion in its first year. We're not even in the vague ballpark of the promised $2 trillion, or then the lowered $1 trillion.
Should we not start?
I'm not saying not to start.
This is 90 days into the most complex government system on the planet.
We need to start somewhere.
Elon is now saying that this is where they're going to end up for 2025. Okay,
which is $150 billion more than any president in the last 25 years.
Great, fine, but it does not get you close to a balanced budget. How do you get there? How do you get there?
There's no doubt to get there, you're going to have to start eventually dealing with entitlement reform, which, again, Nancy Pelosi and Bernie Sanders said there's massive waste and fraud in Medicare. We got to go after it. Social Security goes bankrupt in 9 years, guys. And when that happens, guess what? Yes, it does. And you lose 20% of your benefits at that point. That's in law. So someone's going to have to come in and adjust Social Security to deal with that. And Doge is literally 90 days in, 100 days in, and they've already found $150 billion. Wait till they get to defense. Wait till they get to HHS. They're barely getting started.
I want to play because it's good. So let's just play it, because this is Elon, what he's said all this time about what they're going to do and what they're not going to do.
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah.
I think we'll try for $2 trillion. I think that's like the best case outcome. If we try for $2 trillion, we've got a good shot at getting one.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
Yeah.
Of savings.
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings. I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130 days.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion.
All right, so that's by the end of the fiscal year, okay? So not 6 months or whatever. Look, the reason I'm bringing this up is because everybody knows that the math is not mathing. Even when they eliminate entire departments, they are not getting close to the numbers that they need to get to deal with spending by just slashing.
So you're saying that they should go harder, is what you're saying?
I'm saying
they need to cut more,
is that if a rational government would come up with a plan, a bipartisan plan, and then they would legislate that plan. But they seem to have no interest in doing that.
No, it's not interest, it's fear.
We have a bipartisan commission. It's called the
courage whatsoever. Democrats and Republicans right now in Congress, I just decided I wasn't running for Senate, partially because I don't think that they have the balls to do what has to be done, excuse me,
Can we say
because
that?
it's really, it's a serious issue.
Yes,
and they talk a good game and they do nothing. So, let's give Trump a little credit for saying, I'm willing to do the hard things. I'm willing to do things no one else has ever tried, whether it's closing a border, going after Doge, finding efficiency, having to cut government workers when you have to do it. I think his team, if anything, is failing him in that they make mistakes. As a leader, as governor, when I was willing to make tough decisions, the team had to carry it out flawlessly. And it's hard, but his team is letting him down.
So I'm fascinated by this because you're out of the Senate race because your party's in power right now. In the Senate, you're probably good for like at least the next 2 to 4 years. But you don't think that that's going to be a place where you can get anything done, even with entire control of the federal government?
I more didn't run because it wasn't right for me and my family and all that sort of thing. But you need 51 votes, and you need to work across the aisle, and you need to do certain things to do what has never been done. Guys, the debt is building. This isn't politics, it is math.
No, I get it. I guess I just have a couple questions for the table. Can we reach $1 trillion in cuts with, you talked about entitlements without touching Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. Okay.
No,
So that means, and so I think this is what came up it's like the devil is in the details and all. And I think that actually Republicans are really good with these like top line one-liners that like make voters interested. But then when you actually get to the details of it, it's the thing that gets the House and the Senate's phone lines ringing, which is why they don't have the courage, because they actually won't do the governing of the people. You can't do what Elon is saying he's doing without touching the programs that American people don't want to get touched.
Okay, here we go. Elon Musk.
One of the things that's happened is that the United States has lost, like, what, is it $1 trillion or $11 trillion since this all began? Maybe regained a little bit of it, but has lost all of that, and not a single trade deal has been struck.
No, and the reason why they haven't been struck is because lowering the headline tariff number is the easy bit. The 90 days is now going to be dealing really with the non-tariff barriers, the rules on procurement, who can own what this and that and the other. It's difficult stuff. It's very, very difficult. But I have a question, and I'd like to address it to my dear and good friend, Mr. Jennings. This is it. Today, the president gave a 90-day moratorium. Why did he not last week, when he did his show and tell with his list, say then, this is going to be the tariffs in 90 days. Now send your best people to Washington to negotiate with me over the next 90 days. Instead, he took us over the cliff and has now pulled us back up again, and he's left chaos in his wake.
It is a great question.
I think the answer that you would get from the administration is doing it this way gave him maximum leverage. It showed people that he was serious, and it showed people that this isn't for show, that if you don't deal with us, we are willing to act here. But I think the answer is leverage, simply leverage. And now he's going to be able to deal with all these other countries and continue to isolate the bad actor, which is China.
People that he's serious. I think he's shown people that he's crazy. He's mercurial. Honestly, if it was Kamala Harris behaving this way, they'd call her hormonal and hysterical, right? Look.
We'd have to get elected to be.
But, well, yes, and if she had been elected and if Hillary Clinton had been elected, if any woman had been elected and been acting this way, they'd say it was menopause.
She would have never stood up to China, so I think this is a mood issue, right?
No, it's not a mood issue because his craziness and the way that he acts, and this is not in a vacuum, because it's not just the tariffs. It's the first thing he did was attack Panama, Greenland, Denmark, Canada, allies, abandon Ukraine, cozy up to Russia. It's been one thing to after another. But this is also very, very similar to what Doge has been doing, where they go in with a sledgehammer when everybody talks about needing a scalpel. With these tariffs, again, went in with a sledgehammer, caused fear, destruction, distrust, when it could have been done with a scalpel in a strategic way. That's just not the way he operates.
Even the administration was not on the same page. I mean, it was the narrative around these tariffs has changed so many times. First, it was, oh, it's punitive because of Mexico and Canada and fentanyl, which, by the way, a majority of the fentanyl crossing the border is from American citizens. Then it was, we're going to level the playing field, and this is how we're going to pay for tax cuts. It does not show that he was serious. It shows that he was grossly unserious. And so yet again, on the heels of a signal group chat and now tariffs, we look like a national embarrassment.
Well, let me just play one thing. Let me play one thing to Tiffany's point. I mean, Donald Trump and Scott Bessent have not been on the same page about this. Bessent has been trying to paint this as a pretty rosy picture, saying, the bond markets had nothing to do with it, and the way that the market responded had nothing to do with it. Trump said the opposite. Listen to this.
Watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
How much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with the bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today.
It's kind of a casualty of being in Trump's cabinet that he will contradict you just a few minutes after you say something. But it had everything to do with the bond market. According to all available reporting, they went to the president and said, Mr. President, all the lights are flashing red right now. We have to change course. And he did, perhaps.
Well, he did. And I think it's important for the president to adhere to the advice of his advisors. These are complicated matters. The market, for the most part, likes stability and continuity. We all understand that. We talked about this the other day. With that said, I think the end result needs to be, can we level set with many of our trading partners and decrease the trade deficits that ultimately exist? If we can do that, I think that's a win. As it pertains to corporate America, I think once we pass corporate tax cuts or renew the Trump tax cuts, I think we'll see a significant amount of that wealth return in the next couple of weeks or 2-3 2-3 months, I think corporate America will be perfectly fine. And then we'll move on. The focus does need to be on China. I mean, Scott's right. They steal our IP and sell it back to us. I don't know any country in the world who would give their ideas away for free and then buy the ideas back. We have to figure out a way to protect American businesses and entrepreneurs. And we haven't figured that out in the past couple of years now. So I think there's some benefit to the American people and businesses by focusing the attention on China.
I think everybody agrees with that. The problem is China's not playing ball. They're just ratcheting up the escalation.
But they're going to have to, though, Abby. We are their number one trading partner. Number one trading partner.
No. There's no have to in this.
Right.
Because let's start looking at trade flows. I wish I had a map or a diagram. You're going to start seeing South-South trade. You're going to see trade avoiding the United States.
Yeah,
let's remember.
Richard, can I just have you explain very briefly what South-South trade means for people who are, you said it a few times.
Well, it's basically anything, it doesn't go through the Northern Hemisphere. It's southern hemispheric countries trading with each other, avoiding Northern Hemispheric, and that would include the EU with its regulations, and the United States. We're seeing huge amounts of Africa to Central and Latin America, Australasia, Asian, ASEAN trade. Can I just also have a reality check here? The sword of Damocles, if you will, has been lifted again and is now hanging over on the big stuff. But we still have steel and aluminium, or aluminum, as you insist on saying, steel and aluminium tariffs.
We're in America, Richard Quest.
We still have auto tariffs, 25%. We've still got 125% on China. And we have tripled, or he has tripled, the average tariff overall to 10%, which is livable. I'll give you that, Scott. It's livable, 10%. But it's still a tripling of where it was just a couple of weeks ago.
But Richard, how do you account for the fact that China has seen a significant decrease in their economic growth throughout fiscal year 2024 compared to 2023, and how that has to factor into the considerations of Xi Jinping moving forward and trying to bridge some type of a trade deal with the United States?
If Xi Jinping was standing for Beijing North in an election, it would, but it doesn't.
Different kind of effectively no politics, Cher Michael. I think this is an important point. China, Xi Jinping does not have to deal with politics in the way that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have to deal with it. That is a fundamental difference in our systems. So they can withstand a lot of pain.
So support China, don't support the United States.
How concerned are you about the chain of events here? Donald Trump, Truth Socialing at 9:37 a.m. This is a great time to buy DJT, which is the ticker for his company. And then later in the afternoon, lifting the pause and everything skyrockets. There was a lot of other activity going on in the markets that people are concerned about. What do you think?
We know from what we've heard today that there was a meeting this morning between Beset, Lutnick and the president. The president admitted this in the Oval Office when he said they talked about it. We wrote the statement. It was a beautiful thing. It came from the heart. And then you get this tweet, or whatever you want to call it, on social, to tell people this is a good time to buy, whether it's DJT as a ticker or DJT as in his initials, which he doesn't use very often, by the way.
He does.
If to say this is a good time to buy and then take a decision that you pretty much know is going to rally the market, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
I mean, what is it? Tinkering with the markets,
I hope not.
Allowing for insider, because anybody that was privy to that conversation or knew what was happening could have taken that information and done something with it.
Well, the information wasn't Truth Social. He said this would be a good time to buy. To the United States, to all Americans. He didn't tell some people go buy. He tweeted it. Well, it put it on Truth Social. When Nancy Pelosi and everybody else that allegedly does insider trading, who people have actually complained about for years, nobody talks about it. But now where Trump actually tells American people this would be a great time to buy, everybody's going helter-skelter. I don't think so.
You read that tweet? That social, and had an inkling of what he might do or anything like that. It's just, you don't do it. It's as simple as that. You don't tell people now is a good time to buy if you are the person who is about to take a decision that is going to make the market rally.
Why is he doing things like this when most presidents know that they have the power to move markets? They tread carefully. Trump is not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he is radically transparent. Everything that is on his mind, he tends to either put out in front of the press in the Oval Office or out on his social media. I don't think today's commentary is any different than he operates on any other day. And I think it's been true for time immemorial that when a president speaks, however they speak, markets do move. And it's not the first time it's ever happened.
Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States, knowing he's about to take a decision that is going to buoy the market, to actually put out a social posting saying, now is a good time to buy? And anybody who might know his thinking on these issues might say, hey, I hope he's going to do so. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Tiffany?
But because he's doing something unethical and he's doing it before the American people, that doesn't make it right. He doesn't get to wear that as a badge of honor. I also get nervous, respectfully, when we talk about the economy in terms of the market, because I think about the average person at home who is going to the grocery store, figuring out how to pay their mortgage every day. And the economy for them is not whether or not to buy a stock that day. It is how much can I afford to spend at the grocery store. And what this has done is not that these tariffs are going to eventually hit people. They already have. Like, prices have already taken a toll on a lot of people. I did a show today and we were talking about people were paying $60 and $70 more for items and products before these tariffs have come to be. That is what the economy is. Most voters are not caring.
So you're saying that Joe Biden's era, people were paying more product. Is that what you're saying? Because that seems to be what you're saying.
Stock prices into the voting booth. And so for Donald Trump, the president of the United States, if any other elected official had done this on the other side of the Republican aisle, Scott, I can't imagine that you would be sitting here defending that. Sure, Michael, I can't imagine you would be defending that if a Democratic president was tweeting about now is a great time to participate in the stock market.
I haven't defended what Richard was just talking about, but I do want to go back to the idea of possibly going into a recession, Richard, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I mean, we saw several recessionary factors in the previous administration, Fed hikes, slower growth, et cetera, and we were able to avoid it then. We haven't really seen economic activity constrict thus far. We'll have to see what consumer confidence and spending ultimately is as we go through Q2 of this year. But wouldn't you say it's at least a little premature to be saying we're getting ready to face a recession? And if not, I want to know why, because I don't see the factors there.
I know we've got to rush, but because the dislocation is too great, the chaos is too much, and eventually it overwhelms the system. It's back to my cake rising.
I think
we got to go.
Well, I think he watched Diamond on TV, but I also think he was hearing from private advisors. I think he was hearing from members of Congress, who, by the way, he's negotiating with over, his reconciliation package right now. I think a lot of advice was coming in that led into the day's activities. And, if renegotiating with our allies over a 90-day period is the net result of this, isn't that a good thing?
His own administration is not even on the same page.
Trump has changed everything in 100 days. Crazy.
Executive order here. Here's what it says about Chris Krebs. Krebs, through CISA, falsely and baselessly denied that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen.
Oh, that is in a Christ. We're still back to 2020 election.
Presidential executive order, almost as if Bigfoot was real. What is going on?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you. I think this is probably one of the most dangerous things that we've seen from him. And we've seen a lot of craziness, but this is now taking the department and completely weaponizing against two people who just disagreed with him. One who told the truth and was involved as a witness in the congressional inquiry, and then somebody else who has said some things about him. The problem is we're back to now what he complained about throughout the campaign and his presidency, and that was that the Justice Department had somehow been weaponized. And now you see him essentially given a mandate and a directive by way of this presidential order to the department to move forward.
He signed 2 executive orders ordering investigations, weaponizing his Justice Department against people who just disagree with him. How do you justify that?
I mean, look, politically, my advice to the president on this one would be continue to focus on strengthening the economy. You got to figure out a way to bring down cost. Keep doing what you're doing as it pertains to immigration. We need to increase chip manufacturing within the United States. There are several political things that I think
Okay, sure, Mike. Hold on.
that he needs to do.
All right, hold on. Okay.
And so
All right, Chair
that's
Michael,
what
I get
would
it. I
focus
get it.
on.
Yes, he should focus on the economy.
Yeah, he should.
But what do you think about the fact that he's targeting his political enemies, using executive
I
orders and
just wouldn't
telling his
focus on this.
Justice Department?
But we are focused on it, Sir Michael, and you just said, but Sir Michael,
can I answer?
But you haven't
wait a minute.
answered. But you have not answered.
I did answer. I just didn't answer the way you wanted me to answer. You don't get to dictate my comments to my response on this show.
Your comments are not directed to the issue. The very
Yes, they were,
question
because
that
This is why I don't want to go there. Let him talk, woman.
Response
and
was
furthermore,
the
Sir Michael,
focus
you
should
just
be.
on this
Okay.
the last
Hang on a
segment, you talked
second.
about this not being in a
Just
third.
because I don't want to overtalk
Tiffany,
you.
one
So
second.
Go ahead, Tiffany. Go ahead.
I mean,
Go ahead.
listen, Chair Michael, you're a friend of the show. You're my friend. Please answer the question.
I answer the question the way
I think that,
want.
but
No one's going to dictate the way I answer questions on this show.
here's
You may not like the way I answer the question,
But
but I gave an answer. No, I don't like that. We're not going to do dictating reply the way I want you to reply.
Exactly.
Then just don't ask me a question if you don't like my response. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Chair Michael, you don't get to.
We're not
Exactly.
living in a democracy now. I mean, we talked a lot about a democracy tonight. I guess not on this show.
You don't get to just change the subject to
I
avoid
didn't
having
changing
to
the
say
subject.
something that might be
You just didn't
perceived
like
as
my answer
negative
to your
about
question.
Donald Trump.
No, Abby, you just didn't like my answer
that's
to your
what it
question.
seems like. If you were a politician, a regular person on the street would say, well, that sounds like spin to me.
No, you asked a
because
question.
It does sound
and
like
my
spin.
response to your question was, instead of doing this, the president should be focused on X, Y, and Z.
May I
That is
respond
an
to
answer
this?
to the question.
When I said this is why it's so dangerous, and this is an example of why it's so dangerous, and that is because nobody wants to speak out against it. You know, we've been waiting for Republicans, whether it be in Congress or wherever they are, to come up and actually say that we're not going to let Trump's power go unchecked. And when he does something wrong, something illegal, something outside the bounds of the history and the department, they sit quiet.
Is it illegal? Do you believe what he did is illegal?
Absolutely.
Why is it illegal?
If you read the Justice Department manual, one of the things it talks about, actually, there's a whole section on whether or not the White House can have direction or communication for a prosecution. That's in there today. Frankly, I'm surprised they didn't scrub it yet, but it's actually in there. They're not allowed to do that. The reason is because you have to keep the department to be completely nonpartisan. That's the charging decision.
You don't think that the head of the executive branch can have law enforcement priorities?
I think when you call and say go after a political enemy, that's illegal and wrong. And I think the tide always turns and the pendulum swings here. When the Democrats are back in the White House, I imagine the Republicans are going to scream bloody murder if the president, the Democratic president, calls the department and says, go after, let's go after the Trump kids and see what happens.
I mean, I'm curious, are you suggesting that you don't think that it's wrong to go after political enemies?
Here's what I think. I think the security clearance, let me just address the order.
I'm going to have to do the same thing I just did to Chair Michael, in fairness to my friend over there. Because my question to you was, do you think that it is right or wrong to go after, for the president to use the Justice Department to go after his political enemies?
I think it is fine for the president to express law enforcement priorities. I think that the Department of Justice should exercise the same judgment that they would exercise on anyone else as it relates to whether someone should be criminally investigated. But here's what I believe about the order in total. The security clearances, fine. There's far too many people with security clearances. I don't have a problem when they take them away. Reviewing access and dissemination of information, perfectly fine, because we do know some oversteps occurred. Looking at whether the government was involved in censorship, which we know they were, perfectly fine. But I think
he's talking about censorship of his lie. He's
there were
alleging.
other issues.
Hold on,
issues
Scott.
related to COVID.
He is alleging that CISA censored his lie that the election was stolen. It is not true that the election was stolen. Chris Krebs told the truth, and now he's being targeted by the government with an executive order.
Right.
I guess it shouldn't be. I don't think it should be hard to just say, this is not what the government should be doing. This is not what the president should be doing, because if the shoe, to Michael's point, were on the other foot, as you claimed that it was, you thought that was a huge scandal.
Again, I think I think the president should be able to express his views about these issues, but I think the Department of Justice ought to exercise the same judgment that it would use on any other kind of investigation. Now, what these guys did and whether it deserves a criminal investigation, I don't know. You're a lawyer. I'm not. But I do know this, that like in the case of Miles Taylor, was working in the government anonymously, obviously disseminating information publicly that he should not have been doing.
Like what?
Well, I mean, he was anonymously writing pieces for the New York Times and stating publicly that he was trying to undermine the government of the United States that he was supposedly working for.
What did he disseminate that he was legally not allowed to disseminate?
Great thing to find out. He was a high-ranking position.
He wrote
at the Department of Homeland Security.
He wrote an op-ed.
What did he have access to?
He wrote an
I don't know.
op-ed.
What did he disseminate to people you don't know about?
He wrote an op-ed and he wrote a book. So what's the allegation?
I think anybody who held a high-ranking position in a Homeland Security department like he did, we know what they did publicly. I'd love to know what he did privately.
They're not allowed to talk about their experiences when they leave government? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying that he clearly used his position to try to undermine the sitting president of the United States when he had it. I know what he did publicly now. I don't know what he did privately. I think it's worthy of investigation.
It is going spicy. EU.
This morning, the European Union says it is putting its retaliatory measures against the
EU pauses retaliatory tariffs following Trump's trade U-turn, according to CNN.
U.S. on hold after President Trump backed down first and paused his tariff plan for 90 days. The president of the European Commission said the pause is, quote, an important step towards stabilizing the global economy. European markets all solidly higher this morning. A lot of green there. Let's get right to CNN's Melissa Bell live in Paris. And, you know, the EU is basically taking a little bit of a victory lap, saying this is what happens when we stick together.
That's right, and hoping to stay unified on this. And what's interesting about their response to this 90-day pause, John, is not just that they're pausing what they were planning to do with regard to the reciprocal tariffs, which has been paused, but they're also stopping the rest of their responses. So, for instance, American tariffs on steel and aluminum of 25% remain on European companies. Europeans agreed yesterday on their response to that. They've decided to pause rolling out that response. American tariffs on the automobile and auto parts industry remain on Europe. For now, Europeans are also holding back. So a lot of restraint really being shown by the European Union here. They've really stopped all of the measures, both the ones they'd agreed on and the ones they were considering for now. Have a listen to what the Spanish Prime Minister had to say in response.
Nobody wins a trade war. Everybody loses. For this, the measure announced by the US administration, pending review of the exact details, seemed like an open door for negotiation, and as such to an agreement between countries.
So Europeans hopeful that negotiations can be reached, that negotiations can begin on all of these matters, but they also explain that they're going to continue to work together to look at very firm measures on both the automobile tariffs and the so-called reciprocals, so that if in 90 days, when that period comes to an end, should the American ones kick in, the Europeans should be ready to respond, and to respond very harshly, as we discussed yesterday. But for now, very much looking to see whether this pause equals the beginning of negotiations.
Yeah, this is very much a case of what happens next. Melissa Bell in Paris today. Thanks so much for being with us.
Trump's reversal led to an historic surge on Wall Street yesterday. U.S. markets, though, right now, let's take a look. Well, I'm going to go this direction. They are not in surge territory, if you will. Futures are down across the board. The White House is spinning this as all a kind of big win and part of a grand strategy by President Trump. Others, though, are saying that, well, he caved, he backtracked, and he retreated on demands that only he made, and a self-inflicted wound. The nation's biggest bank, JP Chase, is still sounding the alarm, even in the face of this move by Donald Trump about a possible recession this year. CNN's Zain Asher here with us now to talk about, and there has been a lot. I mean, what happens next is where everyone's mind has to be, especially when we're looking at futures like this. I mean, what is expected now with this U-turn, backtrack, and buckling of President Trump?
So I spoke to one analyst last night who said to me, can we please have a normal day on the markets?
No.
Just one normal day, because we have earned it. Looking at where futures stand right now, the last I checked, Dow was down about 500 points or so. I'm going to guess, Kate, that today is not going to be that day.
Yeah.
Now that everyone has had an opportunity to really sort of sober up and digest what we saw yesterday, I mean, obviously everyone has gotten over the shock, positive shock, but the shock of Donald Trump pausing these tariffs for 90 days. But now that everyone's had a chance to sort of sober up, the reality is setting in. You look at the facts. We're seeing a 10% tariff still on most parts of the world.
That's still historically high.
That
Like,
is still historically high.
Yeah.
And on top of that, 25% tariff on steel, on aluminum, on autos as well, and not to mention the minor detail of triple-digit tariffs on China, with whom we import about $400 billion worth of goods every single year. What I think is really interesting is that you look at Dow futures, they're obviously down. You contrast that with what's happening with European stocks. If you could just pull up European stocks, squarely in the green. That's obviously because they're reacting to the 90-day pause, but also the fact that Europe is saying that they're not going to retaliate anymore. What I think is also interesting is what's happening with Asia stocks. Obviously, you would anticipate that the Asian stocks who are seeing tariff relief, so we could just pull up Asia as well, Asian stocks that are seeing tariff reliefs, for example, the Nikkei, up about 9%. But Kate, check this out. Even the Shanghai Composite, right, Chinese stocks, also rallying despite the 125% tariff increase. And that indicates to me that Chinese investors saw what Donald Trump did yesterday and are saying to themselves, well, look, this kind of indicates that if the pain is great enough for Americans, be it investors or perhaps later consumers, that Donald Trump is willing to back down, that he is willing to negotiate. So that's why the Shanghai Composite ended the day there in the green.
And on that, that's why there's been a lot of really interesting reporting about how China has been preparing for this for a long time and is ready to unleash even more pain as it could be a very long fight. What are China's options?
Okay, so a couple of things. This time yesterday, we saw China in the same boat pretty much as the rest of the world. They had a little bit more pain inflicted on them compared to everyone else, but they were more or less in the same boat. Now they are completely isolated, and that is a strategy deliberately designed by Donald Trump to make the Chinese regret retaliating. In terms of who blinks first, whether it's going to be Donald Trump, whether it's going to be Xi Jinping, Kate, your guess is as good as mine. But what I will say is that we've talked a lot on this show about American consumers and the fact that they are going to suffer in all of this. What I think is also important to note is that the Chinese economy has been suffering for quite some time. They're dealing with slower growth, slower GDP. They have a real estate market crunch. They're dealing with a demographic crisis when it comes to declining population. So there's a lot of pressure on Xi Jinping. This decision by him of how to respond to this is just as much economic as it is political. The good news, as you talked about, Xi Jinping has had time to prepare. We saw this coming, of course. But they have a controlled economy. So they have levers that they can pull in order to shield their economy from tariffs. So, for example, they're already devaluing the currency just to make their exports a little bit cheaper. And that's why we're seeing Asian markets, especially the Shanghai Composite, rallying on the hope that perhaps there is going to be a deal here.
Yeah, so who has the upper hand in this, we'll call it a chess match right now, and we will see more evidence of that today.
We'll see.
It's great to see you, Zane. Thank you so much. John.
All right, joining us now, Jason Furman, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and now a professor of economic policy practice at the Harvard Kennedy School. Professor, thanks so much for being with us. So is this a case now of no harm, no foul, the tumult over?
Absolutely not. This is above and beyond what the president campaigned on doing. And at the time, most people discounted those threats and thought he'd only fulfill part of them. Tariffs are still very, very high, and we're about to start seeing it in the real economy, in the prices that families pay, in the layoffs that companies are going to be doing.
All the reporting, it was the bond market that spooked the president and forced his hand, led him to blink here. Can you explain, for all of us who may not have taken Act 10, exactly what was happening with the bond market and if those fears are still over, or fears are still existent, I should say?
Yeah, normally when you're going into a downturn, you would think that the Fed is going to cut interest rates and interest rates are going to come down. But what was really scary was that interest rates were going way up. And that's because investors around the world, reportedly some of them in Japan, but around the world and in the United States, were more nervous about the United States. They didn't trust our country. They didn't want to lend to our country. And because of that, that made interest rates go up, just like any other borrower who's not particularly creditworthy is going to end up with higher interest rates.
In the New York Times reporting that the president knows what that means. As someone who worked in real estate, when interest rates start going up, it just gets harder to do business. What do you think China sees here? We just heard from Zain Asher on this. Do you think they see this as a chance now to talk? Do they feel isolated, or do they see now that the president will blink when facing certain pressures?
The president has shown over and over again a willingness to blink. In his first term with China, when he would negotiate deals with them, it was largely deals about how to not escalate further rather than to de-escalate. But now we're starting from triple-digit tariffs on China in the United States, nearly 100% tariffs on the United States in China. It's really, really hard to picture how either of our economies will be able to function, deliver job gains, deliver benefits to consumers in the midst of a very, very extreme trade war. So some which way, someone's going to need to blink, or else we're both going into recession.
Talk to me about what you are looking for, I guess, in the next hours and days. Everything's moving so quickly here. There's so many twists. But what are the next shoes that could drop in your mind?
I mean, to me, it's number one, are we hearing about more new tariffs? The president has talked about tariffs on pharmaceuticals, on semiconductors, on lumber. Is he still talking about those new tariffs? Number two, that 10% on every country in the world, that's pretty high. That goes on all our friends and foes alike, with the exception of Russia, which doesn't get it. Is that there to stay, or is that part of the negotiation? And then number three, what's happening with China?
What's happening with China?
There's new reporting just coming into the Situation Room right now. We've learned that the Trump administration had private negotiations with China, warning officials there against retaliatory tariffs. But those behind-the-scenes talks evidently did not work. CNN's chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny is over at the White House watching all of this for us. Jeff, what's the reaction over there after those warnings apparently fell on deaf ears?
Well, if they did fall on deaf ears, but it's just the latest example in the really day by day, the deepening trade war that is underway between the United States and China. Yes, we are learning that U.S. officials privately behind the scenes urged China to not retaliate. In fact, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been saying that publicly all along, warning countries to not retaliate. Well, those warnings have fallen on deaf ears, particularly with China, as they raise their tariffs to 125%. The question now is which side is going to blink, if either. And Matt was just talking about consumer confidence. The prices are going to go up. There's no question about it. That's what the White House is bracing for. That's what the administration is bracing for. It's one of the big reasons the president had a dramatic pullback on a sweeping tariff plan just a couple days ago. And the market, of course, reacted very well in the moment. But in a couple days since, it certainly has not. The bond market also has not strengthening. So this is going to be one of the central questions here. But Wolf, we are also learning just inside the White House, the president, as he embarks on this 3-month pause on a sweeping tariff plan, there's competing views from his team of economic rivals, if you will. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, a long history on Wall Street, he is one of the people the president is listening to the most on this, of course. Kevin Hassett is as well. But Peter Navarro, the man right in the middle of the screen there, he is someone who has been very pro-supportive of these tariffs, and the president did not heed his advice this week. So as the president goes forward on this, as the consumer sentiment prices rise, which advisor is going to sort of win out on this? So there's no doubt the president, at the center of all these new trade negotiations, now has to negotiate with some 90 countries or so. So, Wolf, all of this is coming front and center here. Is the economy, that inflation report, the rising inflation, is one of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest worries for this administration.
I do want to bring in CNN's Kylie Atwood. She has some new reporting on how President Trump in the U.S., the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, have interacted, and I guess the best way to say it, have not interacted, Kylie, since this trade war began. And you have some great new reporting on why that is.
Dana, just hours before these new retaliatory tariffs came out from China this morning, the Trump administration had privately warned Chinese officials of two things. First of all, not to retaliate, which we heard from Trump time and time again over the last few weeks, but also that China should be requesting a phone call between President Trump and President Xi. China has not done that so far. They've been telling China to do this for months now, according to a source familiar with that working level dialogue between the two sides. We know that Xi and Trump spoke before inauguration. They haven't had a conversation as this trade war has escalated. And senior White House officials tell Elena Trine that Trump is waiting for Xi to make the first move here. He thinks the onus is on the Chinese leader to do so. But when you talk to folks, there's a fundamental disagreement about how this could all come together. And that is one of the challenges, as there is this remaining question, an urgent question really, as to how they're going to create an off-ramp for this escalating trade war.
Here is where the trade war stands right now. 145 going up against 125. These are the tariffs between the world's two biggest economies.
And here's another number, 4,700 or about $400 per month. That is how much more money Yale's now estimating, the Yale Budget Lab, that President Trump's tariffs are going to cost average households each year. And with just hours left in trading, the Dow right now up. You're seeing that swing here going into the afternoon, up almost 650 points. But it was up and down there throughout earlier in the day. With us now, we have CNN business editor at large, Richard Quest. We have CNN chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto, as well. Richard, a key economic gauge, the consumer sentiment now at its second lowest level on record, going back to 1952. Why?
We shouldn't be surprised with all that's coming out and all the worries about tariffs. It's not just that, it's the complexity of everything else as well. The changes within the federal government, the worries about job losses, the worries about a slowing economy, higher inflation, and eventually you get these what's known as soft data. They're surveys like the Michigan survey, consumer sentiment, and it's a really worrying number because at some point these sentiment surveys feed into hard data of real consumer spending. And we know this from history and precedent. That's what happens. So when we see a number as bad as this one, it is only a matter of time, unless anything else changes that would suddenly make people more cheerful. Look at that chart. I mean, just look at it. Unless people suddenly become more cheerful, why would this not translate into spending? You see, that consumer lab, the lab from Yale, that number of 4,700, that is providing you don't start substituting goods. In other words, pre-substitution, if we just continue as we are now. But of course, people will start to substitute. They will find other goods. And as the Christmas Tree Association said a moment or two ago, it's going to be very difficult to find substitution of many things that we currently get from China.
Yeah, you'll be surprised just how much we get exclusively from China. And Jim, I'm really curious to get your perspective on the White House's handling of this situation. Not so much the tariffs that have been announced, but this reporting that the White House, that officials have made clear to Beijing that they want Xi to ask for a call with Trump. Yeah. Trump hasn't reached out directly. What do you make of that approach?
And the White House saying they want Xi to reach out for it. Can you get any more high school in matters of state? It's ridiculous.
He's got to call me, Jim.
Yeah, and listen, what's interesting is, as I was reporting yesterday, the Chinese impression is that they are willing to at least negotiate, not necessarily on Donald Trump's terms, but to talk. But their impression is that the U.S. has not opened channels and not made an effort to open up channels to allow that. So now you have the U.S. president say, well, I'm not going to open those channels. China has to open them first. It's kind of ridiculous at the end of the day because you are playing with the interests of American consumers, Chinese consumers, et cetera. The other point I would make about China's reaction today in not quite meeting the U.S. tariffs, 145% U.S., China goes to 125. And in Xi's statement, he says, we're going to 125 in response. That's as high as we're going because this is getting a little ridiculous, right? And that's both a signal to say we're not going to get caught up in this tit for tat to the degree that the president is, but it's also an opening to say, okay, we're capping this for now, and that perhaps offers a way forward that we could begin talking about how to bring these down.
You've lived in China. You've covered China for some time now. As we're looking at this question of who's going to blink first, with two very different political systems, what is your gauge on this?
Well, different systems, listen, one's a democracy, one is not. One's a single party state, very much not a democracy. But China does have politics, and Chinese leaders do not want to be seen, we were talking about this yesterday, I believe, do not want to be seen as capitulating to America. That is not good politics for a Chinese leader. Long colonial history to go back into, we could talk for hours, but they don't want to be seen as kowtowing to the West here. So the browbeating is not a great diplomatic strategy. And we've seen that in the past as well. Now, we should say Donald Trump mixes in with the tariff browbeating some comments about how good a friend he is with Xi. But we'll see if the door has been closed for now, or if there's a little bit of an opening and perhaps they start opening those channels.
Richard, it's interesting to explore the power that the EU has now, because they can tip the scales in terms of how impactful these tariffs will be for either nation, depending on where negotiations land.
So you've got the Spanish Prime Minister in Beijing. You've got the EU basically saying, well, we're going to start looking at other markets. I think this will most certainly give a huge boost to China-EU relations to try and complete some form of trade agreement, because everybody is now wanting to circumnavigate the United States. Now, you can't up to a point. There are certain things, there are certain inalienable bonds of trade between the EU and the US. That doesn't mean to say you can't reduce it, your reliance. And just as much as the US is now saying, we want to reduce our reliance on China, we want to make sure we are no longer strategically dependent. The EU absolutely is saying, is there a deal to be done with Brazil and Mercosur? Is there a deal to be done with ASEAN, a stronger one? Jim, can I just ask Jim, do you think, sorry guys, but do you think that the Xi statement is actually a sort of not a white flag, but just a sort of an olive branch that both sides can now take to move forward?
I think it has two sides to it. One, it's a bit of a message to the U.S. to say, this is silly. This is getting silly. We're not going to play this game of chicken. But Xi Jinping, also by not going right up to the level of U.S. tariffs, I think one can look at that as a small opening for discussions. Both of them want to talk. Now the question is, I suppose, who picks up the phone first? That's where we are.
You see, Boris, Brianna, that's what happens when you get two anchors who are also your guests. We'll just hijack the whole thing.
He did it, by the way, just so you know. I only answered.
No objections here over who calls who first.
Trump is literally changing the game with the swipe of a pen from the Oval Office. Incredible.
Now, longtime tech stocks analyst Dan Ives, as I promised, Peter Tuchman, one of the most recognizable traders on Wall Street. And you're seeing his reaction today as the markets moved. I think that's a fair encapsulation of the moment. And noted economic analyst Jim Bianco is also here with me. So, Dan, you call all of this an epic debacle, which is far from over.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone. I think if you actually think about how this is playing out is, look, China continues to be front and center, because the reality is when it comes to Apple, tech, food chain, most consumers, electronics, that's
Amazon.com.
I mean, that's coming to the shores. That's coming to the U.S. consumer. But ultimately, there's one thing, and there's one ultimately financial instrument you can't bully. It's the bond market, as Jim knows well. And once that 10-year, 4.5, it became really shown this is a dark cloud that Trump couldn't talk his way out of. Need to back off the cliff. Definitely huge good news. What I say good news today. But to China, that's really going to be the issue front and center in terms of where this plays out.
We showed your reaction today, and here we are.
You know, I mean, it was an odd day. You know, I mean, let's look back for a couple of days. We did see it, what I'm calling a little bit of a test run, when they released that news 2 days ago about what Bill Ackman had said, that what is it going to take for people to start buying stocks again? We talked about it.
Right, would there be a 90-day pause? White House called it fake news, but you had a temporary rally.
But you saw the market react, and that was the test, the test run for what happened today. Can you imagine if he had actually done that and the market did not react that way? So he needed to know that if he in fact did that, that the market would react the way it did. And it was with the ban. I mean, the rally, that was trillions of dollars, right?
Yep.
We saw that. There was the initial little note that Bessent had changed his decision to go meet with some Congress people and was called to the White House. The next thing you see is Trump on Truth Social announcing the 90-day pause in the exact same words that had happened 2 days ago, and the market's reaction was incredible. I mean, you're talking, 500 points in the S&P, never seen before. 2,000 points up. We closed up on the Dow. I mean, the amount of money that came into that market, it was a number of
Stunning.
things. It was probably a major short cover. It was a lot of real buying, allocation of dollars into the marketplace.
So, but an incredibly unprecedented moment, Jim, that you say all of this, that is still unfolding, right? Still unfolding. But as you're watching that terrifying moment with what we saw in the bond market, it was terrifying. It was sort of at the precipice of, oh my, I don't know. You said it was a tell your grandchildren I was there moment. And I just want to play for you what Trump said today about the bond market.
The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
Queasy, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, it was that. We got to remember now, the foundation of our financial system is the cost of money. It's interest rates. I mean, some people think it's a boring investment, but it is a critically important thing. And when we saw that mass liquidation that was going on last night, everybody was selling everything they had. That meant the price of bonds were going down and interest rates were going up. If that had held for anything more than a few hours, we would have seen, much higher mortgage rates, much higher borrowing costs for companies. It would have really had a negative impact on the economy in ways that we couldn't fathom. But fortunately, we come into today and the bond market backed off a little bit, and then we got the reversal of the policy. But it was still, one of the craziest days I've ever seen. I don't want to say the craziest day because we had COVID 5 years ago, but it's definitely up there with COVID as far as what we saw.
And just the unprecedented nature, Dan, of where we are, all right? And we emphasize, okay, this happened today. It came from my heart this morning. Who knows? 10% tariffs are still out there, 125% on China. 125% on China. It's Tesla with its business there, Apple with 100 plus factories. You're talking to all these CEOs. Are we still in the great unknown? I mean, this China-U.S. situation is kind of undescribable in history.
We've taught it. It's a tariff Armageddon for U.S. tech. And that doesn't change. And Jim hit on it in terms of does this even push into more darker times, potential recession. But fundamentally, for Silicon Valley, for Apple, for others, this today, you ship an iPhone in, you're paying that price. Consumers are paying that price. So the reality is that this is a game of high stakes.
And just to be clear, 125% means something that costs $1,000 would cost $2,225, right? So in math, I mean,
exactly.
Dan had said an iPhone would probably be selling at about $3,500.
If you make them in the U.S., $3,500. So we should make them in New Jersey. If you like $3,500 iPhones, if you like them in China, $1,000.
Take a bunch of years to build a plant, and then pay $3,000.
And that's why the reality is for tech companies, they can't call Smith Semi-Fab Company in the Midwest because they don't exist.
And, Jim, I just want to I got my board out today, and I got my board out because, before all this happened, I wanted to make a point, and I know Jim and I talked through this earlier. Okay, Jim, you call it the conveyor belt. I call it the boomerang, and I think this is just so crucial for people to understand what's at stake now, like where we are tonight. Okay, so if I have a guy named Joe D., he wants to buy an umbrella. He's got a big meeting. He wants to buy a big golf umbrella. He's a big guy. He buys his umbrella on Amazon. Goes to Amazon. He pays, I just looked it up, $21.98. Okay, so he gets his umbrella. Comes in a couple days. I mean, it's a big golf umbrella. Here is Joe. He is happy.
It's a nice umbrella.
It's a good umbrella. I mean, it's one of those big ones you can't blow away on the streets of New York. But then what does China do with the $21.98? I mean, it's dollars, it's not once. So that they do, right, Jim? They send it back. They send it back and they buy U.S. treasuries. And in fact, you were saying to me, if you take China and you add in Luxembourg and Belgium, other countries where China's been doing apparently a lot of buying through, the number one buyer outside the U.S. in the world of those treasuries is China. That's where we are, right? I mean, we can kill them. They can kill us.
Yes, they can. Although, it is kind of a mutually assured destruction type of thing. They don't hold a card over us that they could pull that would not affect them. And that whole conveyor belt works. So today, Amazon made an announcement that they're going to buy less inventory from China because of the tariffs. Okay, that's less money we send to China. That's less money that comes back and buys our bond market. So if that continues to over time because of these tariffs, that whole conveyor belt is going to start slowing down. We're going to get less stuff from them. We're going to send less money to them. They're going to have less money to recycle back into the bond market. The hope of the administration is, well, we'd have less bonds to sell because we'd bring down the deficit, but that's not coming down this year. But the tariffs are here right now.
Right, and I will say, very quick final word to you, Dan. Another idea Jim was talking about earlier was, not saying this would happen today, but things could change. Amazon could say, hey, we'll let you pay here's the tariff price, here's the price in yuan. That's going to be a lot less. Things could start to shift in terms of just the power of the dollar.
It's coming in the coming days, weeks, to the U.S. consumer.
Yep.
Right. This is not just the stock market. We're talking about what's coming to the U.S. consumer.
You know what? Look, we saw today that apparently Apple had commissioned 4 major planes stuffed with billions of dollars of iPhones to be flown into the United States to arrive before the tariffs take effect. Can you imagine when the biggest company in the world actually, the effect it's going to have, as we talked about, on them with this going through to the point where they felt it was worthwhile to actually commission
charter extra planes
packed with iPhones to arrive here to save a few $1 billion. That should be like a flashing red light going, you know what, we don't even know how the ramifications of what this is going to have on Apple and all the other companies.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
And so we begin
Rod
and end there.
And we begin.
Jim, Tuchman, and Ives, you, of course, have your YouTube show. Thanks so much to all.
Everybody's going back and forth. Trump is the person making the whole decision. Let him cook. Let him cook, ladies and gentlemen.
European Union decided to put a pause on plans to retaliate against U.S. tariffs. That decision comes just hours after President Trump announced a hold on most of his new global tariffs. But the reprieve does not apply to America's neighbors. We're talking about Canada and Mexico. The new 25% tariff on most goods remains in effect. Joining us now is Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario and one of Canada's most outspoken critics of President Trump's trade war. Premier, thanks so much for joining us. Were you surprised that the White House didn't pause tariffs on Canada, perhaps our closest friend and ally, as it did with several other countries, several of whom are not necessarily close friends or allies?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Wolf. And yeah, we were shocked that we weren't part of the group per se. And number one customer. We're both each other's number one customer. And we need to get through this and bring certainty back to the people of the United States and Canada, certainty to the markets, as you mentioned. The Dow is down, the S&P is down because there's still uncertainty. I know it took a little bump up yesterday, but the reality is a tariff on Canada is a tax on Americans. And that's the last thing we want to see to the American people.
We're showing our viewers the numbers right now. Markets not doing well. The Dow Jones Industrials down, 1,126 points, at least right now. Last month, the Premier, Canada placed tariffs on a variety of U.S. goods, and Canadians, long among, as I keep saying, America's closest and most loyal allies, have vowed to fight back. Do you feel Canada's decision to strike back has made President Trump more punitive toward Canada?
Well, I'm not too sure if that's a situation, but in saying that, I always say we love our American neighbors. We truly do. We didn't start this. President Trump aimed at Canada and the rest of the world for the most part, and we just need to get rid of these tariffs. We'll drop our tariffs tomorrow if President Trump drops the tariffs. We always believe in the AMCAN fortress, working together to make the two strongest nations in the world. That's what we want to do.
Could you see Canada, Premier, actually rolling back those tariffs on the U.S. as an olive branch to the Trump administration?
Well, as long as we know the tariffs are going to be dropped against Canada as well. If we have a mutual understanding, if they feel comfortable with us going first, by all means. But we need insurance that President Trump's going to drop those tariffs shortly after we do.
This week, I know, Premier, you unveiled an $11 billion in tax deferments and rebates to help workers and businesses hurt by the Trump tariffs. How much have the tariffs hurt everyday Canadians?
Well, they're at a fever pitch right now. 40 million Canadians at a fever pitch, focused on every piece of news coming across CNN and other broadcasts. It's very, very important. We're very passionate about this. And now I'll give you a couple examples. We ship in, we do trade. We ship in about $6.5 billion of steel, but we don't make steel beams. Steel beams all come from the U.S. and other areas around the world. Now we're going to go out and start making steel beams. The beer cans, we don't make the beer cans. We ship the aluminum in the U.S. Company prints it and converts it. That's $1 billion industry. We're onshoring back into Ontario. So it's not good for both sides of the border. We'd rather just leave everything alone. Things seem to be working, and just build a stronger AmCan fortress, American Canadian fortress, put a ring around it.
Yeah, let's see if that happens. The Trump administration, Premier, says 15 countries have made what they describe as explicit offers regarding potential trade deals. Do you know if Canada is negotiating right now with the United States, with the White House?
Not right now, we aren't. Hopefully we can get back to the table and continue negotiating. That's what we want to do. Let's sit down at the table. Let's move forward, and it's going to benefit both countries. We're both our number one trading partners. I always say we're the number one customer to the U.S., and the U.S. is the number one customer for Canada, and we share the same values.
Pamela has a question for you, Premier.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the implications are with this back and forth over trade with the U.S. and Canada in terms of areas outside of trade, such as national security, intelligence sharing between the two countries. Has it put a strain on that at all?
No, actually, they're working hand in hand, no matter if it's an intelligence sharing, NORAD, or even our border. Our law enforcement works hand in hand with the U.S. law enforcement. They will always be partners, and at the highest level of the intelligence bureaus, they're working together.
Premier, one quick final question before I let you go. I've got a lot of friends, including some family, who live in Ontario and Toronto, for example. And I'm hearing that a lot of Canadians are now reluctant to even come to the United States, to go to Florida, for example, where a lot of the Canadians go visit, or Las Vegas or places like that. They want to boycott the United States. Are you hearing that as well?
In a big way, actually. We know the border traffic's gone down dramatically. Flights going into the U.S. dropped dramatically. And isn't that unfortunate? Two countries, two groups of people that love each other. We need to get through this and start traveling back and forth. I was just a few minutes before I hopped on, I have Governor Cox from Utah here. What a gentleman. He feels the same way. We have to get through this trade deal and continue growing both economies.
Yeah, I hate this rift that has developed between the United States and Canada, two very close and very friendly, traditionally friendly allies, and now look what's going on. Doug Ford, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf. You're an absolute champion. We love America, and thank you, Pamela, as well.
And we love Canada,
thank
too.
you for coming on the show. And, you make a really, ask an important question there at the end, because travel is down to the U.S., not just from Canada, elsewhere as well. And a lot of businesses who rely on that tourism, are concerned.
We are looking at major losses this morning in an incredibly volatile stock market. The Dow is down more than 1,500 points. The S&P 500 down nearly 5%. That, of course, is after yesterday's very big rally. It was one of the biggest ever after President Trump's announcement that he's scaling back his trade war. Today, investors might be realizing that scaling back doesn't mean ending. In fact, there's still a stunning 145% tariff on all imports from China, 25% on many products from China and Mexico, 10% on nearly every other country, 25% on all imported cars and car parts. Jeff Zeleny is at the White House for us. Jeff, as we speak, the president is meeting with his cabinet. Do we have any early indicators on how that's going?
Dana, we do know the meeting is underway, and it will be opened up to journalists to see what is going on in just a short time, we are told. But for now, at least, that victory lap yesterday that really was quite clear here at the White House. You could see it in the president's eyes as he was explaining to us why he made the decision to pause. That is anything but a victory lap this morning. Now it is clear the trade war is well underway. Never mind what the markets are doing, the conversations that are going on here at the White House and indeed across Washington at the State Department and elsewhere about what type of conversations and discussions will there be with China ultimately, because the trade war is very much underway. So what the U.S. is trying to do, what the president and his team are trying to do, are essentially round up the allies from South Korea, Japan, and others to form a unified front against China. That is very much an open question if that will happen or not. But the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, this morning, he said the cabinet had an assignment for today's meeting.
The Chief of Staff's office has asked all the principals that have, skin in the game to come and discuss what their views are about how this should go. And that's what the purpose of the meeting is.
So skin in the game, that is clear. I mean, this really affects department to a department, but the trade war with China now in the ag sector alone, that could be extraordinary for ag producers, but as well as what is happening on Capitol Hill with the budget. This could have a dramatic effect. But for now, at least, one other central question hanging over all of this a day after the major development here is, who is the president listening to? Is he still listening to all of his advisors? It is clear that the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was able to make the case through the bond market that the president needed to find an off-ramp. But Peter Navarro, the top trade advisor, is also still very much a part of the president's inner circle. So we shall see. But Dana, another question, is Elon Musk in this cabinet meeting or not? We are told he is likely to be. But again, we will see once we get those live pictures that should be coming up.
And we know how he feels about these tariffs. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Trade has escalated between China and the United States. And who's going to back down first? It's looking like China may probably be the person to back down, because if you compare the tariff on both countries, the United States has 145% tariff on China, but China has 125% on the United States. So it's looking like Chinese people are like, you know what? We don't want to fight with y'all, man. We want to make a deal. All right, here's the cabinet meeting they had on the 10th of April, which was yesterday. But 2 days ago now. Look at it. OG. Legendary 45th, 47th. Donald J. Trump. There we go. Let's go. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. And
Thank you
the OG
very
is
much.
about to
We
go.
had a very good meeting. We're talking about a lot of different things. Consumer prices have actually dropped. There's very little inflation. Everybody predicted a lot of inflation, very little inflation. Energy costs are down. Interest rates are probably down. They scatter, but they're probably down. Prescription drug prices are even to down. We're doing very well. It's been amazing. We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years ago, and it wasn't. Should have been done 40 years ago, and it wasn't. But no president was willing to take it on, but you had to. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. And as you know, without a lot of money being added, because there's a lot of money that we could add, the country is making approximately $2 billion a day. And when you think of it, we've never done that before, never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day. And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals. And the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal. And we're working with a lot of different countries. And it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well. But we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation. And I went 4 years without inflation, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this. These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings, but we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with their Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as a naval station and air station jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino, sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. as he's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out, and with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now, and I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries to talk to. It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I, I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now, and they have come with offers that they never, ever, ever would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made. Demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card. And the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are, and having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia, $8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion, and we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York, and they hire the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster, and they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So, do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the President's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the President as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
Good. That's right. We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get it all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border, where you're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? Got the vote, and we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. We have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business. We may order, would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships, but we're going to start the process of rebuilding. We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future, but in the meantime, we have countries that do very well at building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top-of-the-line ships from those countries. And within a fairly short period of time, we'll be building our own ships. So we'll probably have to go to Congress for that, but we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much for the job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and works together to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Good. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment and grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants. And we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country, just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. It is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It will be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs. When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make you proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job. And you have a lot of applications for approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before, and we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly as part of a plant. They'll have a sort of be their own power company, and it's very exciting. They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast as part of your regular plant. You're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well, and you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. We are open for business. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make you proud.
Good. Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, we also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. It's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache. Okay, thanks. Great job.
Sir, first, we are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family, and I think that what you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first, no one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have the backs of our farmers and our ranchers. It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate, and that message just resonates with an almost 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver at the United States Department of Agriculture is not farming and ranching or agriculture, it's food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary Kennedy and I, on your vision of making America healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and realigning is really important. So,
It's out of the
thank
military,
you.
right?
Yes, sir.
Is it 100% out, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point.
Get the
more out.
rest of it.
But thank you, sir.
We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
Big,
down.
right?
Yes.
Big.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce, Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Bessent, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. Well, President Trump's going to be involved too.
Every
So bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate, thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. And that will be the done and dusted for
Part of the bill that we just got to vote on today. So.
part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
That's great. So good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Pam?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority. The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda, and the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side, again, NLRB. We had a big win in the Supreme Court there. OPM, a big win there. But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And, you know, your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that has stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged the 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And, you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President. And that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
That's great. That's great. That will stop it. Cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks. Doing a great job, Kate. Thank you very much. Lori, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing. In the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ at the Department of Labor, since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you
Unheard of.
over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old. That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older. That we're
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely good.
That's and what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do that further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations. We've got an extension on that, another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Misty?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border for the second month in a row.
You have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance, and so making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
so it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
Thousands of people have already
Yeah.
self-deported. Well, we're just going to, when you have 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
A chance to come back.
So it gives you real incentive. Otherwise, they'd never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them. And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out, they're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last couple of days. You were on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. You came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history. The largest. So you declared an emergency. You took action.
You say the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Would have happened without you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Lovely life.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. So, you know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's, as the military would say, target-rich environment. So then we're doing a lot of good in excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings, and it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yeah. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be great. That'll be very exciting. It's
really exciting.
That's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community, first and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
No
When you think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, you know, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100%. Good. Thank you very much. Good job, guys.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that to the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to recalibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states. compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, from 1 in 20, so they're going up again. From 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going at your direction. We are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That is that's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer, where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby. Please.
Well, Mr. President, one of your primary administration goals is to make sure that we unleash American energy, and of course the strategy behind that is when we do that, it helps make it more affordable for all Americans. Energy isn't just industry, it is the foundation of every other industry, whether it's food, manufacturing, clothing, transportation. And then also when we've got the ability to generate and not just be energy independent but energy dominant, then we have the opportunity to sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buy it from our adversaries. And our adversaries were funding terrorism and conflicts against our allies by their oil and gas sales that were going through a Swiss cheese set of sanctions. So with your creation of the National Energy Dominance Council, over half the people at this table serve on that. Everyone has been engaged, whether it's interactions with negotiations with other countries, with putting sanctions in place that actually work, with cutting deregulation, working on biofuels, building infrastructure for transportation. There's a whole range of things that are being tackled. But when the outcome of all that is that the Biden administration was restricting supply, you're increasing supply. When you increase supply, then prices start to come down. And we have a huge opportunity to do this. Just in interior alone, there's 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5 billion acres of offshore. And the Biden administration was trying to restrict this so that you couldn't get a timber lease, you couldn't cut a tree, you couldn't graze a cow, you couldn't develop oil and gas minerals, and you couldn't develop the critical minerals we need for our technology, for our defense industries, and to be able to help us win the AI arms race against China. So we're opening up this, and with your executive orders and your work, we've on Tuesday, historic day, you ended the war on beautiful clean coal, which has been going on since Obama took office. China gets 60% of their electricity from coal. They're opening up they've opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year as part of this AI arms race. 94 gigawatts, that's enough for 94 Denvers. To be able to 1 gigawatt per metro area like that, it's unheard of. So we have an opportunity under your leadership to come back. The Gulf of America had its first offshore lease sale, which is scheduled for later this year. But that was the industry loved that because we're now the Gulf of America is now open for business again, and there's as much as 7 billion barrels of oil accessible now. They've increased the upside of what they think that is. On the coal front, the estimate is the financial value of the coal in America is $8 trillion. That was an asset on the balance sheet that we've now being put back on again. And of course, in Alaska, with your separate executive orders to unleash Alaska energy between ANWR, the North Slope, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Alaska, all of those we've reversed Biden decision. Those are all open for business again, and all of this is leading to the investment coming to America. The smart money is coming to the U.S. That's why we've got trillions of dollars of investment that are showing up at the door, because they know if they're going to do manufacturing here, there's going to be energy to power their plants. And so, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for everything you're doing.
Very good. Thank you. Marco?
Well, Mr. President, one of the most important things I believe you'll achieve in your presidency is reordering the world in a proper way. For 31 years, more than 31 years now, multiple administrations have allowed the Chinese to deindustrialize this country, to take away jobs and factories and the pillars of our national strength. And what you're doing now, I think, is a great service to our country, but ultimately to the world. And I want to congratulate you and your team that's working on that, because it has extraordinary geopolitical implications, as you see, from all these other countries that are now coming here and wanting to join something that actually makes it's crazy to allow these. I mean, basically, we lived in a world where Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America, but our companies cannot do anything over there unless they allow it, and even then they steal our stuff and reverse engineer it. So just reordering all of that has dramatic implications on the peace and security of the world, so we thank you. An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday for the first time in a long time. There'll be direct talks between Ambassador Witkoff and a top-level leader in Iran. We hope that'll lead to peace. You've been very clear what Iran is never going to have is a nuclear weapon, and I think that's what led to this meeting, and we'll wait for him to come back from it, and we're hopeful about that. I would also say that we are receiving, and I think the Department of Homeland Security can confirm this, historic cooperation from countries all over the world. Number one, in taking back their citizens. Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country. And we have countries that refuse to do it, or will kind of ignore our calls. All of them are doing it. The ones that are not are paying a price. And we've also found cooperation in other countries that are willing to take some of these people, some very dangerous criminals. I know the President of El Salvador will be here next week, has really been a good friend to the United States in that regard. These are some of the worst people you'll ever encounter, and Pam knows this, and Christy knows this from the work they're doing. And one last point I want to make, Mr. President, and again, it's under your leadership, it's actually under your executive order. If you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class and study and get a degree. If you come here to vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things, we're going to get rid of these people, and we're going to continue to do it. So when we identify lunatics like these, we take away their student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like there's some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, that's what we're doing with our country, thanks to the President. And last but not least, very important development this week, but both Pam and I were very excited. The finest higher education institution in the United States, University of Florida, is also now the national champions in basketball, and we hope you'll host them here soon, Mr. President. Go Gators.
They're coming.
Good for the SEC.
They're coming, guys.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. You're really doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any question?
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop, and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look, the up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5. And I think, as we have talked about, as we go through the queue and settle with these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. But we had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market. So I don't see anything unusual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things. Yes, please.
Also on China, the Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers have been found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the U.S. verify this? And if so, what does the U.S. plan on doing to China to counteract that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500 and even more than that young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing if we can get it stopped. And I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good, so we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. We've got to get going. We've got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. There's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want them back as much as if they were alive. It's amazing because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way. But when I met them, they said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad. So we're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people are very grateful. Some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back, they're okay. I think they're going to be scarred mentally for a long time. Because if you sit down and talk to them, as I have, what they went through is incredible. But we're making progress. We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Hamas, and it's a nasty group.
Mr. President, how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, to Scott, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations. We have a lot of law firms that have paid me a lot of money in the form of legal fees. We're going to probably use those firms to, if we can, I think we can. I'll make a contribution to the country, but they're great firms. They're the best firms, the biggest, and really the most prestigious. And we may be using them to help you guys out because you're going to need a lot of lawyers. And I'm not sure Pam's going to be happy if I say, can you send over about 200 lawyers that work on trade? She's working on criminal stuff, and I think that's going to be her focus more than anything else. So we'll find out if we can do that. But we have a lot of lawyers that you've been reading about where they paid $100 million a firm on average. Now we have the final 4 or 5 are at $125 million. So I have a lot of legal fees I could give to you people, and we might as well use them. Hopefully I won't need that many legal fees or that much. I may. Who knows? After it ends, after we leave, maybe I'll need it. But if I do, it's not going to be very pleasant. So I think we're going to try to use these very prestigious firms to help us out with the trade, because we have a lot of countries. But we want to make deals that are proper for the United States, not just we can make deals easily. We want to make them proper.
Mr. President, if you aren't able to reach the deals that you want to see at the end of the 90 days, will you put those higher tariffs in place, or will you extend?
Well, that's what would happen. I mean, if we can't make the deal that we want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties, it's got to be good for both parties.
You wouldn't.
And then we go back to where we were.
You go back to the numbers that you announced last week.
I think so.
You wouldn't extend the pause.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said yesterday you were considering some exceptions for companies. Can you talk about what you're considering, and then also on the reciprocal tariffs that would be substantially lower? Is the same math formula going to be used, or is that tossed out?
I'm not considering now for any country or company, but it's possible that I would. But I'm not. We don't have that situation right now. People understand where we are, what we're going to do. But it could happen. It's called flexibility. You have to have certain flexibility.
What are you planning on using the money that you're gaining from revenue through the tariffs on?
Paying down national debt, reducing taxes, creating good budgets, helping Christie with the border and all of the other things. I built hundreds of miles of wall, as people now understand, 571 miles of border wall in the first administration. But we're going to beef it up, and we're going to add more. And, the numbers are incredible, really. The numbers are what's taken place. We had great numbers, but these numbers are topping my last administration. And Christie and Tom Homan have done an amazing job. But it's an expensive process. This weekend, where they used to have hundreds of thousands of people standing there pouring through the border in Tijuana, Mexico, this weekend they had nobody. You had a man sweeping this massive piece of concrete, which is, the area where they said massive. And I've looked at that during the Biden administration. You couldn't see a piece of that concrete. There were so many people on it. You couldn't, if you had a helicopter shots, you couldn't see concrete. Now, this weekend, you had nobody there but a man with a broom sweeping it and cleaning it up. Pretty amazing. It's really an amazing job. But it will be used for that. It'll be used for a lot of things. It'll be used by the Department of Justice for doing a great job. Pam is doing a fantastic job. So it's going to be used for a lot of different things.
Mr. President, on the 10% tariff, is that a basement? Is that the
It's a baseline.
Can countries negotiate that to bring that down?
It depends on what they're adding. Some countries we have massive deficits with, or they have big surpluses with us. And others, it's not that way. So it depends. That's why it's really they're all different. Every country is different. Some have certain advantages that others don't have, and certain things. We have China has a surplus of $1 trillion. I mean, the numbers are crazy. And others have basically no surpluses. We have some that are pretty even, but they hurt us in other ways, and we just want to get that taken care of. So everyone is a little bit different.
So are you negotiating with the EU as one bloc or individual nations for the tariffs?
We're looking at it as one bloc. They've been very tough, but they were very smart. They were ready to announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China. And they said, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen. And I'm doing something that a lot of them wouldn't want to do. But I'm here, I do those things, and we're going to make this country great again. We were taken advantage of by almost everybody. I sat back in the last administration. I would actually read them. I don't have to read them now. I know them so well. I would read some of these documents that were signed, deals, and I said, who would do a deal like this? Who would do it? You've seen it, Elon.
Yeah.
I'd look at deals where it's so one-sided. Even we have a deal with Japan, and we get along great with Japan, and we had the Prime Minister here. He was fantastic. As you know, Abe was great. Shinzo was great. He was a good friend of mine, unfortunately no longer with us. But we defend them, but they don't have to defend us. I said, that doesn't sound too good. But we have a deal, a defense deal. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to defend them. But if for any reason, in other words, we pay all the money. They don't pay anything. But if we're ever attacked, they don't have to do a thing to protect us. I said, well, that sounds like a wonderful deal. So that's just one out of thousands. And I just wonder who did this. And it's people that either hate our country or didn't care, an expression that you use. I think it's really a lot of them didn't care. It's just hard to believe how bad they are. Now that's a little bit of a defensive deal, but I'm talking about trade deals, the same thing. They're so bad, you would say, how come? And even when I'd renegotiate, like I'd go to a country, they'd give me everything I asked for. I said, why didn't somebody ask for it like originally? They give me everything. I think when they were negotiating, they didn't care, or they didn't ask, or they were shy, or they were very stupid, or they hate our country. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
You were speaking about Japan. Can you clarify what your vision is for U.S. Steel? You referenced it yesterday.
Yeah.
There's some questions about what you actually want to see
Sure.
out of
Look,
that.
U.S. Steel is going to do very well now because of tariffs, and I don't know why they even need a deal. But the only thing is U.S. Steel, if you go back 80 or 90 years, that was a behemoth in this. That was our biggest, most, if we were around, we would have been very proud of it. Today we have different types of companies that are big. Google, it's not the same as U.S. Steel, and I love Google, and I got to like the people that run it. They're very capable people. They didn't like me so much in the first administration, but they like me a lot now. I don't know what happened, but I like them. But I think they would be the first to admit, when I envisioned, you look at some of those steel factories from 90 years ago, it was a different kind of a country, but they were miles long. Today you see just empty hulks. Those hulks are going to be filled up very soon because of what I'm doing with tariffs. It was a different kind of a thing. But if I didn't do that in the first term, my first term, if I didn't put tariffs on, we would have, because China and others were dumping steel, billions of dollars of steel. Our steel companies were all closing. Every fact, we wouldn't have one steel plant open. And now we have a steel industry that's doing very well, but soon it's going to be thriving, really thriving. And those factories are going to be filled up, but more importantly, they're going to build brand new ones. Nucor and so many other companies call me, Nucor being a big steel company. They're building massive new steel plants, and it's great. And likewise, car companies. We have many, many car companies. 3 of them, I'm not looking to hurt Mexico, and I like Mexico. And by the way, I think the new president is a terrific person, a fantastic woman. We've had many conversations. She's a very elegant, just a fantastic person. And she's been very nice, very, very nice. But I'm not looking to hurt them, but we have 3 car plants that were under construction in Mexico. They stopped constructing, and now they're going to build in the United States because of tariffs. See, we should have never let this happen, because whoever it was that was president at the time, we lost 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA. 90,000. It's not believable. How about that, Laura? You're in that sort of world of factories and
Build back
plants.
manufacturing, construction jobs, bring those workers back home.
That's right. We're going to bring them all back. But think of it, from that period of time, which isn't so long ago, we lost. I said the other day, if you had a map on a big wall like this, And if you had pins, 90,000, I don't know if you'd have enough. I don't think you'd have enough room on the map to put the pins. 90,000 factories that we've lost since NAFTA. And it's not even, and about 6 million jobs. Really, I think probably a lot more than that, but they say 6 million jobs. We're going to bring many of that back. I think we're going to bring more than all of it back. We're going to be better and stronger than ever before. But if a president, when they were leaving, said, look, you can leave, but if you're going to build a factory someplace else, and you think you're going to come and sell your steel or your car or any product that you make, your pharmaceuticals, which we're going to do, we're going to get them all back. But if you think you're going to just, all they had to do is say this, and they wouldn't have left. You know, I said it the other day. I said it with respect to, I made a speech a year ago, and I told them if I win, we're going to charge a big, big tariff at the border. And people were thinking about building in Mexico a car plant. And I said, we're going to have a big tariff. So if you want to build a car, you're going to have to pay 25% more than the cost of that car. You're going to have to pay 25% tariff at the border. They would have never left. They could have kept everybody. If a president said, if you leave this country, you leave Michigan, you leave Detroit, you leave anybody, any of our states, because to me they're all the same. I love them all. I love them all, and I probably won them all, but they say I won most of them. I think I won them all, but that's okay. But all you had to say if you were the president is, if you leave and you think you're going to now fire all those workers, leave all that, everything behind, and you're going to build in another country and sell it any, and no, you're not going to. You're going to pay 50% or 100% tariff. They would have never left. And all you had to say, Marco, all you had to say very simply is, you don't have to write it down. All you have to do is say it verbally. If you leave, you're going to pay 100% tariff. Therefore, don't leave. They would have never left. But they left 90,000 plants. I mean, it's hard to believe that many. It's not, you can't envision it. So just getting back to your, because I'm the great weaver of all time. To weave, you have to be a genius. To go on tangents, anybody can do that. But we'll get back to your original U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is a big name in this country. Babe Ruth is a big name. We have a lot of big names, but not too many. U.S. Steel is one of the great names in the history of our country. And normally I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. But to buy for a foreign country, and we love Japan, but for a foreign country to buy that cherished U.S. Steel brand, that's hard for me to do. Maybe somebody else may want it. The company Nippon that's involved with it is a big, powerful company who do a good job. But why can't they just build a plant themselves? I mean, why do they have to, take U.S. Steel? So as you know, I rejected the deal. Now they've come back in a different form. They're coming back as an investor. And, I feel better about that, I guess. But, I know them very well. I know the thinking. It's the investor. They'll invest, and somebody else maybe is sitting in this chair, and they will no longer have an investment. They'll have the whole thing. That's the way it works. Very smart. They're very, very smart people. We're dealing with very smart people throughout the world. Great geniuses, actually. Look what they've done to our country. And again, I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, if I were in that position, I'd have great respect. I have great respect for the people. They ripped off the United States, and all we had to do, have a president that knew what the hell was going on, and none of those countries would have left. Those companies, none of them would have left. So that's a little lesson in basic business. And it's really basic business. It's not complicated business. It's very basic business. And we'd have every one of those car plants going just the way they were 30 years ago. None of them would have left, but now they're coming back.
Mr. President, the Labor Department has confirmed that $400 million went to fake people for unemployment benefits.
Yeah.
What are your initial reactions?
I think it's terrible. I just heard it from Lori, and I appreciate it, and you heard it from Elon's people, right?
That's right.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here, And I don't care. I don't need Elon for anything other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need his car. I actually bought one because, and they said, oh, did you get a bargain? No. I said, give me the top price. I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it. Margot, and Natalie, they're all, Chamberlain, they're all driving around the most beautiful car. It's gorgeous. But I did that as a sign of, just a show of support. Numerous people have done that. Just a show of support. Because, you know, he's done a fantastic job, but he hasn't been treated properly. Hasn't been treated properly. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you talk to us about your communications with China? Has President Xi reached out at all since the tariff?
Well, I don't want to say who's reached out. I just say that I think it's going to work out, hopefully well. They're very big. It's hard to get over, if you're me, what they've done to our country. They've destroyed our economic base to a large extent. The good news is we're very vibrant, and we're going to get it back fast. We already have. Look, we're making $2 billion a day now, and during Biden, we were losing $3 billion a day. Biden was a disaster. He was the worst president in the history of our country. And you know, to me, worse than that, because the money you can make if you have the right guy in this position, worse than that was what they did on the border. By allowing the jails of the world, not South America, all over the world, to be opened up so that we take everybody from Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, the bad ones. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the United States. And now this beautiful young woman who seems to be, boy, she loves what she does, though. I think she loves what she does because she's a patriot. She hates to see it. And Tom and all the people. But for us to spend, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars this is just, I don't know. They either hated the country. Who would do this? Who would want millions of people to pour through an open border? We have no idea who the hell they are. And just walk right through. And half of them, whether you like it or not, you could look at them and you could say, they are not going to help us. These are some rough people. But they'd empty out their jails, and they'd empty out their mental institutions, insane asylums, and they'd let them into the United States of America. And inflation we can fix, and all of the other things we can fix. We'll get it going. But this is something, it's such a horrible thing, and it's really hard. You know, we have to do deportations. Now we're doing self-deportation. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas. And they must have known it's not going to work out well. And, you know, we want people to come into our country, by the way. We need them badly for the jobs. But we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show that they can love our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
OG for the OGs. Donald J. Trump. Legendary. Just legendary. Anyway, CNN reacts to the tariff. Well, it's a trade war now between China and the United States. But who is going to cave first? It's looking like China is going to cave first because the United States has 145% tariff on Chinese goods. However, China has 125% tariff on United States goods. Well, that just happened a couple hours ago. Looks like China will cave. Looks like.
Republicans say that we are going to be crushed under the burden of debt, that our kids are going to inherit all of this debt, and that we have a responsibility to be fiscally responsible, to at least attempt to balance the budget. Now, Republicans are in power, and there is not even a single conversation about doing that. No one is talking about trying to be fiscally responsible, to not spend or have expenditures without paying for it. Why is that?
Well, I can tell you, the Democrat Party has moved radically left, and Bill Clinton was in charge.
Not
Hold on.
Democrat.
Hold on. When Bill Clinton was in charge,
I
remember. I was 8.
Okay,
when
let
Bill
me-
Clinton was in
all right, let me
charge,
let Brad finish,
Democrats
and let's see
balanced
if we
the
get to
budget.
the answer to the question.
Well,
Go ahead.
when Bill Clinton was in power, Democrats balanced the budget. They passed a bill to cut 400,000 people out of the federal government. 55 Democrats voted for it. You couldn't find 5 that would vote for that today.
That's not true. Listen, there is actually a Doge
was a
caucus.
bill.
Hold on, there's a Doge caucus right now that was prepared to work with this administration on cuts. What happened was that the administration decided they didn't want to do that. They were just going to do it single-handedly. That they could have stood up a bipartisan commission to cut the federal government the way Bill Clinton did with Republicans in Congress.
Wait a minute.
They did not
Tonight
do
in our
that.
town hall, Johanna
So,
Hayes, the representative from Connecticut, was asked does she agree with any cuts that Elon Musk made. She can't do
why
it.
did this administration not take leadership and
come up
say,
with a cut she
let's
was certain
stand
she
up
was sure
a
of.
bipartisan
Let's
commission
understand,
and
Congress
cut
is
the
completely
government?
useless over 20 years when it comes to being fiscally responsible. They've done nothing. So you're absolutely right, Abby. You said it's kind of a backwards process. And what Trump has basically said is Republicans and Democrats alike, when it comes to being fiscally responsible, you've done nothing. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, you've done nothing. So we're going to do it. Now that has to be backed up. And what you'll see is Russ Vote will bring bills, rescission bills, over the next year or so that kind of back up what Doge is doing. And that's a very important piece of this. So Trump is the only president in the last 25 years that has actually tweeted out and publicly used the words balanced budget, balance it now.
All
He's
right.
trying to drive forward, and you're right.
Let's talk first one second about some numbers. I think this is super important. You're talking about balancing a budget in the context of Doge. Here is what Doge has estimated to have saved according to its own website. This is what Elon now says is going to be the target, $150 billion in its first year. We're not even in the vague ballpark of the promised $2 trillion or then the lowered $1 trillion.
Should we not start?
I'm not saying not to start.
This is 90 days into the most complex government system on the planet.
We need to start somewhere.
Elon is now saying that this is where they're going to end up for 2025. Okay,
which is $150 billion more than any president in the last 25 years.
Great, fine,
Exactly.
but it does not get you close to a
this.
balanced budget. How do you get there? How do you get
Well,
there?
there's no doubt to get there, you're going to have to start eventually dealing with entitlement reform, which, again, Nancy Pelosi and Bernie Sanders said there's massive waste and fraud in Medicare. We got to go after it. Social Security goes bankrupt in 9 years, guys. And when that happens, guess what? Yes, it does. And you lose 20% of your benefits at that point. That's in law. So someone's going to have to come in and adjust Social Security to deal with that. And Doge is literally 90 days in, 100 days in, and they've already found $150 billion. Wait till they get to defense. Wait till they get to HHS. They're barely getting started.
I want to play because it's good. So let's just play it because this is Elon, what he's said all this time about what they're going to do and what they're not going to do.
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah! I think we'll try for $2 trillion. I think that's like the best case outcome. If we try for $2 trillion, we've got a good shot at getting one.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
Yeah.
Of savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings. I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130 days.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion.
All right, so that's by the end of the fiscal year, okay? So not 6 months or whatever. Look, the reason I'm bringing this up is because everybody knows that the math is not mathing. Even when they eliminate entire departments, they are not getting close to the numbers that they need to get to deal with spending by just slashing.
So you're saying that they should go harder, is what you're saying?
I'm saying
they need to cut more,
is that
you're
that a
arguing for.
rational government would come up with a plan, a bipartisan plan, and that they would legislate that plan. But that they seem to have no interest in doing that.
No, it's not interest. It's fear.
We have a
they
bipartisan
have no
commission. It's called the US
courage
Senate.
whatsoever. Democrats and Republicans right now in Congress. I just decided I wasn't running for Senate, partially because I don't think that they have the balls to do what has to be done. Excuse me,
Can we say
because
that
it's
now?
really it's a serious issue,
Yes,
and they talk a good game and they do nothing. So, let's give Trump a little credit for saying, I'm willing to do the hard things. I'm willing to do things no one else has ever tried, whether it's closing a border, going after Doge, finding efficiency, having to cut government workers when you have to do it. I think his team, if anything, is failing him in that they make mistakes. As a leader, as governor, when I was willing to make tough decisions, the team had to carry it out flawlessly. And it's hard hard, but his team is letting him down.
So I'm fascinated by this because you're out of the Senate race because your party's in power right now. In the Senate, you're probably good for like at least the next 2 to 4 years. But you don't think that that's going to be a place where you can get anything done, even with entire control of the federal government?
I more didn't run because it wasn't right for me and my family and all that sort of thing. But you need 51 votes, and you need to work across the aisle, and you need to do certain things to do what has never been done. Guys, the debt is building. This isn't politics, it is math.
No, I get it.
I
guess I just have a couple questions for the table. Can we reach $1 trillion in cuts you talked about entitlements without touching Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security? Okay.
No,
So that means, and so I think this is what came up it's like the devil is in the details and all. And I think that actually Republicans are really good with these like top line one-liners that like make voters interested. But then when you actually get to the details of it, it's the thing that gets the House and the Senate's phone lines ringing, which is why they don't have the courage, because they actually won't do the governing of the people. You can't do what Elon is saying he's doing without touching the programs that American people don't want to get touched.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to say you're right to be concerned about Elon Musk because he's an unelected billionaire who has a tremendous amount of influence, and it's not the same as civilian employees that other agencies have had. When he was asked about it, they said he wasn't even in charge of Doge. They tried to hide the ball. If he is finding all of this waste, fraud, and abuse, come before Congress, lay it out, not through a series of tweets, not through these unverified reports that he's putting out. And it's very peculiar how, at the same time, 7,000 Social Security employees are fired, 6,000 from the Veterans Administration are fired. His company is getting more contracts and making more money off the federal government every day. And not one word is saying about the level of efficiency through must-run federal contracts. He now has Starlink at the White House as a server. What is it? He's aggrandizing himself, and no one is even calling him to account and holding him accountable. Everyone should be concerned about that. This is not normal. This is not regular. For one person to have that kind of access over every agency, over people's data, over security systems, when you are elected, after the election, you are everybody's president. I am everybody's congresswoman. And the fact that so many Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, are concerned by this should be enough for us to have some kind of action to help to ease people's level of discomfort and explain to them this is what is happening. If he has found all of this waste, fraud, and abuse, we don't want that either. But what we're talking about is burning down the house instead of taking. I'm still talking, please.
Is there one
what we're talking about? What
Yeah,
we're
but you've been talking for too long, though.
Burning down the house instead of taking out the garbage.
You're still talking, but
There's
you've been
waste
talking
in the
for too
federal
long, though.
government. All of us would like to see that go so that we
can
can
you
help the
identify
people.
one thing of waste?
Mr. Lawler, can you please let me finish my?
No.
Can you let me
No.
finish my
You've been
conversation?
talking
I'm
for
gonna
too long,
finish.
yo.
Okay.
And I'm going to
Find
finish.
one thing of waste that you
So when
disagree with.
what is your question?
Can you identify one thing of waste that they have found that you actually agree with, that it should be eliminated?
Well, today. I don't know if it was verified or not, but they said that people took advantage of the unemployment system. Anyone who breaks the law and steals federal dollars should be prosecuted.
And the only way to get that
Anyone who does
information
that
is to
should
actually
be
analyze the
prosecuted.
data.
And we have processes and policies to do that. But for one person to make those decisions, everyone should have a level of concern by that.
Respectfully, in order to actually uncover that, you need to analyze the data. They have people that are career employees of each department.
Who are
of
they?
Each department
Who
that
are
are
they?
working as part of
Who
this
are they?
entire Department of
Who
Government
are they?
Efficiency. And the bottom line
Who
here is
are
this.
they?
You're talking about uncovering the fraud.
Who are they?
What exactly has been uncovered
Who
under the
are
Biden
they?
administration? They're career employees.
Who are they?
I know you think this is like some big stunt, but the fact
Who
is,
are they?
you're talking about career employees that are part of each department that are working with the Department of Government Efficiency to uncover the information. So you say you support the uncovering of the unemployment fraud. Well, how do you think they got that information?
Do you have a list?
Do you know how they got the information?
I'm not sure if the Republican conference got a list of the employees at Doge, because we didn't. So that information has not been availed to us. So if there are employees, career federal employees, who are working within the system to find this information, we'd love for you to
We'll
share
get
that
you
with
the
us.
list. But the bottom line is you should be more concerned about the amount of fraud that has already been uncovered. When you're talking about Small Business Administration giving out $300 million of loans that have
That's
not
just
been
humble,
paid
huh?
back using Social Security numbers that are fraudulent, that is a problem.
Congressman McKenzie, what are you doing to control Elon Musk? He was not
Control?
elected by the voters. and is
Control
running
Elon Musk?
completely
Why
unchecked.
do you want to
His
control
actions,
Elon, though?
and specifically his treatment
Huh?
of federal workers, are heinous.
Well, let me say thank you again for joining us. I know right where Orfield is. I grew up and went to the Parkland school system, so know it well. And want to say this, you know, every administration is staffed with unelected individuals who are tasked to carry out the wishes of the president. That is every single administration. That is nothing new in the case of Elon Musk. And so what is happening right now is Democrats want to demonize the person that created and popularized the electric car, that created and popularized so many other great inventions, because he wants to come in and look at waste, fraud, and abuse. Again, they are fighting against change. They are fighting against cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. That's what people are fighting against when they're fighting against Elon Musk and the Doge Initiative, the Department of Government Efficiency. We spend more than $2 trillion of deficit spending every single year in this country. Simply unsustainable. So the fact that we want to go in and look for efficiencies is actually a good thing that the majority of people support. Now, do I support everything that Doge and Elon Musk have done? Absolutely not. There are things that have gone too fast, too quickly, and hopefully we can rein them in on certain things. That's our job as Congress, that we have a deliberative body, and we are going to look at the recommendations that Doge puts forward, and ultimately the things that we agree with, we're going to get passed into law.
What have they done that you don't support?
Again, there are many instances where they... I'm happy to answer the question. There are many instances, and I've already spoken out publicly about this. When they move too fast and too quick on certain things, you have to be very careful in government when you're making reforms. I saw it as a Pennsylvania state legislator. We went line by line through that individual budget, and there are a lot of things that look amiss. And you say, all right, well, maybe we should make a change to this. Maybe we should rein in that spending. But ultimately, when you actually talk to the stakeholders, when you actually get out there and talk to all these individuals, you actually make changes. One thing that I talked about publicly was what they were doing at the Social Security Administration. They were making individuals not be able to use certain services that were already there to adjust their cases. I actually spoke about that, said that's not correct. Thankfully, the administration corrected course, and they're now allowing seniors to go about the normal routines to make sure that their benefits are going to be received.
And Congressman Lawler, I know you've heard a lot from constituents about Social Security as well when you've been at home for some other town halls. Today, Elon Musk told the president's cabinet at a cabinet meeting that instead of $1 trillion in savings, they expect to get about $150 billion in savings. What would you say to Americans or your constituents who might be worried that he gave them false hope of what he could achieve?
Well, the question is over the course of a 10-year window, right? Over the next 10 years, over the next 10 years, we're projected to spend $86 trillion in spending. The budget resolution that was passed talks about potentially $1.5 trillion in savings over 10 years. That amounts to about $150 billion on an annual basis. Now, he's talking about the work that he is doing and the Department of Government Efficiency is doing, which is basically a turbocharged forensic audit through every department and agency, which hasn't been done in years. And the fact is that we have a federal government that spends $7 trillion on an annual basis, including $1 trillion to pay our interest on our debt. We have $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable, folks. It's not sustainable. Yes, we need to dot I's, we need to cross T's, we need to make sure that when decisions are made, they are made with all the information necessary and available. And I've already pushed back on decisions that were made that would have an impact. For instance, the World Trade Center Health Fund. Decisions were made to cut certain staff. I, Andrew Garbarino, Nick LaLota, Nicole Maliotakis, we immediately reached out to the administration and they fixed the issue. and we make sure that our 9/11 first responders are protected. But this is a much broader conversation. And I know you want to have Derek come in, but Congress has a role. And the role is in two forms. Number one is to provide oversight and have committees do hearings. I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee. We've already done multiple hearings with respect to USAID. Secondarily, Congress will play a role with a rescissions package. We will make a determination based on the recommendations from Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency and all of the secretaries, whether or not the recommendations they're making should be rescinded.
Oversight. I heard that a lot. So let's call in Elon. Let's conduct some oversight, 100%. And here's the thing. I don't like waste. I don't like inefficiency. The American people doesn't like waste or inefficiencies. We're all about that. But how do we go about making sure that we respect those government workers who've dedicated their lives and their careers to working for us? These are dedicated public servants that they came in and just fired. And I was proud a month ago to introduce my very first bill, Protect Veteran Jobs Act, to force the administration to rehire all of the veterans that were fired without cause. And I welcome any of my Republican colleagues to sign on to that bill with me, because these are people who don the uniform like me. I enlisted when I was 18 years old to serve this country. They had our backs, and it's now our turn to have their backs.
Yes, y'all. Thank you for tuning into the live show. A lot is going on in the United States. Tariff. It's looking like it's a trade war between China and the United States. Of course, China has always been Trump's target when he started a tariff conversation, even while he was campaigning for the president of the United States. He said he was going to enact tariffs on so many countries. But really, truly, China was his main focus. He just wanted to do a blanket tariff to get China's focus. But now he's gotten Xi Jinping's attention, and I think it's only up from here. It's only up from here. Anyway, every other country has a 90-day pause. Only China doesn't. So it's head-to-head between the United States and China, because China has always been Trump's focus for about 35 years now.
Investigation underway after a horrific tragedy. 6 people killed in a helicopter crash in New York's Hudson River. The pilot and a family of 5 visiting from Spain, including 3 young children, were all killed. It's horrifying what happened. The video of what seemed to happen to understand what even went wrong is really incomprehensible, as that helicopter was coming down. I'll warn you, it's disturbing here. You can see how fast the helicopter came down, upside down as it crashed into the river. And at the top of the screen on the left, you can see the debris that flew up as the chopper came down. And then we also have a piece of video, very important to understand what happened here, where you can see a big piece of the helicopter actually splitting up into the air after the chopper was coming down, almost as if it had broken apart. The air traffic control audio, you can hear the chaotic moments right as this happened.
River traffic, be advised. You do have an aircraft down Holland Tunnel. Please keep your eyes open for anybody in the water. Please keep your eyes open. You guys see anything in the water, please let us know. All right, we're just circling over Holland now.
Bryn Gingras is out front. She has been live at the crash scene since this happened. Bryn, and at first we had heard people were coming off, maybe in critical care, but going to a hospital. There was hope. Of course, this has ended in a horrific tragedy. What are you learning?
I mean, yeah, Aaron, and you see that video and you just get a gut punch. We're here on the scene where there's still people, rescue crews out there, of course, not performing any rescues at this point. All those bodies were taken out of the water, but this investigation very much underway. The NTSB, the FAA, as part of this investigation, and you just described it for your viewers there. Witnesses called 911, many of them describing how pieces of that helicopter came off of the body of the helicopter, crashing into the water before the helicopter went into the water upside down, so inverted, meaning the cabin was up. Likely that might have helped first responders get to those people who were on board, those 6 people. And I want you to hear from officials talk about the life-saving efforts that they made at that point.
We were met by the first responders and they told us they did everything they can to try to save these victims. And you can see the trauma in their face. They did everything they can.
Yeah, 6 people on board, including a pilot and a family of 5 traveling here to New York City from Spain. What we understand is that helicopter took off for a tourist flight, which of course is so very common along the skyline here of New York City and of course here on the New York and New Jersey side. They took off from lower Manhattan and traveled north, getting sights of the Statue of Liberty, of the skyline of Manhattan, heading north to the George Washington Bridge before turning back down and following the New Jersey side of the Hudson River here before crashing down in the air for a total of 16 minutes. Of course, so many questions still, Aaron, of exactly what caused it to go down, still unanswered at this point.
Just so horrible. Bryn, thank you very much. All right, former Black Hawk pilot Brad Bowman is out front because he's flown this exact model of helicopter involved in this crash tonight. Brad, just unbelievable to imagine those last moments, and I'm sure, it's really hard to even think about it. As you try to understand what happened here, if we look at it, it appears to be going down at about a 45-degree angle, and then there's a moment where we appear to be looking at a broken propeller. You hear they're in the air for 16 minutes, and then something like this happens. What does it tell you from what you're seeing as to what could have gone wrong?
Thanks, Aaron. It is very difficult to watch the video and consider that 6 people lost their lives, and our thoughts are, of course, with their families, and we want to let the investigation play out. But when I look at the video, the key things to see here is that you have parts of the helicopter already separating long before it impacts the water. And that includes the rotor blades, of course, the tail boom and tail rotor and the main rotor blades. And there's several reasons why that could occur. One reason would be that you would have inappropriate maintenance or part failure due to fatigue of a particular part, corrosion. You can have collision with other objects or engine failures. Those are just 5 or 6 examples of what can cause the rotor blades, the main rotor blades or the tail rotor, to fail and separate. And then obviously when that happens, then that's not good.
The helicopter was a Bell 206, as I said, something that you have flown, that exact model. And you also have flown this exact route over the Hudson in a Black Hawk, actually just 2 weeks before 9/11. So you know the route and you know the aircraft. I'm sure you've been exactly where this has happened. And the Bell 206 in this particular crash tonight, we understand from the FAA, and this is just what we're finding out, Brad, was built in 2004. And its airworthiness certificate had been issued in 2016 that was good all the way until 2029. So you mentioned maintenance as a possible thing, and obviously we don't know until we know. But when you look at that information that we have, what are you focusing on right now?
I'm eager to see what the NTSB and FAA conclude, and I would definitely want to look at the maintenance records on this particular aircraft. I flew an Army version of the Bell 206, which was much older, and this was a more modern, upgraded version with more capabilities. But I definitely would want to look at the maintenance log books to see what might explain a mechanical failure that was this catastrophic and resulted in this horrible end.
It's just a horrible end. All right, Brad, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 2:54 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 12th of April, 2025. What is going on? A lot of people are complaining, especially farmers, saying the tariff is hurting their business. Listen to this.
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
Ideally, we'll get 100 pounds of honey per hive per year.
How do you feel about paying more for things?
Well, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me. People who already couldn't afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Did you ever think when you voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Among other things, Jim imports packaging supplies for his honey, so he's paying real close attention to the tariffs Trump just put in place.
We just bought our year's supply of bottles from Taiwan and our year's supply of corks from Portugal about 3 weeks ago. So that would have been, another $5,000 or $6,000 out of my pocket.
Which is partly why he's repairing instead of replacing this 40-year-old forklift.
The cost of equipment has just gone through the roof to buy anything like that because it just would be cost prohibitive.
He's also holding off on improvements around the farm.
Well, we're not going to hire any more people, that's for sure.
It's more than just the tariffs. For the past 2 years, Jim has been selling honey to the federal government, which then provides it to schools and food banks. But after Donald Trump took office, the USDA cut those programs suddenly as part of the federal government's effort to streamline spending.
For a lot of other local farmers around here, it was a major source of reliable revenue. For me, it's going to cost me around $150,000 a year.
$150,000?
Yeah, roughly 50% of my revenue.
That's a huge hit.
That's a massive hit.
Not far from Jim's farm, we found other Trump supporters who give the president high marks on tariffs. How do you feel about the tariffs?
Well, I feel like for years we've been getting ripped off, and why not make it fair? 0-0. And I think Trump was upfront about it. He said we're going to hurt some now.
I think some of the countries they're already starting to come around. It's going to be good. I really believe that.
You have faith in Trump?
Yes, I do.
I think he's doing the right thing. In order for us to get back where we need to be, he needs to get the money somewhere, and they're charging us. Why not charge them?
Back at Jim's farm, though, still plenty of worry. He says raw honey is considered a luxury good, similar to organic vegetables. As prices rise,
I don't know what that's going to do to consumer spending.
Trump paused the majority of the tariffs for 90 days after we'd left Jim's farm. Jim told us by phone, it's flip-flopped so many times you can't take it to the bank. Who knows what it will be next week? Adding, it seems like he's heard the American people. Randy Kay, CNN, Linden, North Carolina.
All of this volatility and uncertainty brought on by the trade war that we were just talking about. We've got you've got China announcing it's raising retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods from 84% to 25%. That coming after President Trump hiked the rate of Chinese goods, the rate on Chinese goods coming into America from 104% now to 145%. All of that, creating so much uncertainty, is having a real and immediate impact on businesses big and small across the country. One small business owner joined us on the show just yesterday describing how the daily chaos and the changes in policy have left her with no good options.
It's hard to make a decision. We had an idea yesterday after the announcement of, well, maybe we can export to Australia, repackage the products, and then re-import them from there. But because policy changes every 36 hours or so, I don't want to make that decision and make that move only for something else to change in just a couple more days. I'm paralyzed. I can't even make a decision right now.
Paralyzed. Another big area of concern is what this means for American farmers, of course. China is, among other things, the biggest export market for American soybeans. China bought 52% of American soybean exports last year, throwing American soybean farmers, understandably, into a whole new level of uncertainty right now. And joining me right now is Scott Metzger. He's a soybean farmer out of Ohio, also serves on the board of directors for the American Soybean Association. Scott, thank you very much for waking up and taking time to speak with me this morning. This change, I was looking forward to getting your take yesterday afternoon, and now we have this new change overnight coming from China announcing 125% tariff on all U.S. goods coming in. That includes on soybeans. What does this tariff on this new level of tariff on your produce mean for you?
Good morning, Kate. Yeah, it's an alarming concern. With the tighter farm economy that we're in now, the tariffs are are just adding issues to problems that we already have. We want to. It's just making it more complex and making it harder to make decisions on what we need to do.
I've heard the word complex from a couple farmers actually as well. It's already a complicated situation, and now it's becoming even more complex. I mean, you're, I believe, a sixth-generation farmer, farming with your brother and cousins. How does this moment feel for you?
Well, we never have, going back to 2018. We really haven't recovered from the tariff trade wars back then, and we were probably 40% higher on soybean prices back then, and the farm economy in general was a lot better back then. So you go forward to now with what we are, and a lot tighter farm economy, and complex, and adding these tariffs to it, it makes things really, really difficult. A fear that we have, if this continues into the fall or even into next year, there's a potential that there'll be some farms go out of business. You could have a next generation not want to come back or not able to come back just because of the economies or the farm situation in general. And adding these tariffs to this, there's just no room for error. But personally, in our operation in the state of Ohio last year, we were in extreme drought, and we roughly had half of a soybean crop and a corn crop last year. So in our area, it's feeling it even a little bit more. Having less of a commodity sale and these lower prices, and now we're throwing the tariffs on top of it. It just makes things very difficult.
And at the White House, in his cabinet meeting yesterday, the Agriculture Secretary spoke up, talking about, if there's one thing, if people know, a group of people who know uncertainty would be farmers and ranchers. And I'm wondering what your ask, your plea, or just your message would be to the president in the midst of this, given your long experience and what you guys are facing.
Yeah, we urge the administration to to quickly couple the announcement with some negotiations to address the tariff and non-tariff barriers with the U.S. exports. We want to, and we're thankful for the 90-day grace period that we got to help some of the other countries come to the table and negotiate with the president before any more reciprocal tariffs comes on for those other countries, and also with China. Let's get to the table and get some things done. Maybe introduce the phase 2 trade deal on this, just so we don't have this prolonged suffering for the U.S. ag economy. And even with that, it even goes to it's not only the ag economy, but it's the rural economy as well. For every dollar we spend, it kind of rolls out probably 4, 5, 6 times in our local rural economy. So as a whole, if you don't have a strong farm economy, it usually then goes on down into your rural economy as well.
Yeah, the ripple effects, and as anyone knows, I mean, I grew up in a small town. The ripple effects are very real when the farm economy is struggling.
Yes.
Scott, it is really good to meet you. Thank you very much for coming in.
People are saying that iPhone would be much more expensive. A lot of people are saying if it's cost about $1,000 to buy an iPhone, now it's going to cost about $3,000 to buy an iPhone. Comes October when the new iPhone 17 comes out, because they always have new iPhones every single year. You know how that goes. With that being said, what is Fox talking about?
He just loves this. That's a quote. Talking deals with the most powerful people in the world when he's got all the cards and leverage is like air for him.
President Trump's loving his tariff fight against the world. The apex negotiator giving himself 90 days to cut highly tailored deals for America while choking out China. The commies slapping us with 125% tariff, but they won't go any higher. Xi also thinks Trump's going to crack by slapping around liberal Hollywood. Beijing is threatening to moderately reduce the number of U.S. films allowed into the country. But Trump's not fazed by the Chinese not getting to see Snow White.
What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things.
How close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this all in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do.
Mr. Wonderful thinks it's about time someone took the fight to China.
I don't care if it's 1,000% tariffs. They have to come to the table now and not just settle this trade war. They need to settle all of this unbalanced situation. They cheat, they steal, they don't play by the rules, and I've had enough. And so I would like this thing worked out. I don't care about the volatility. I don't care if Trump ratchets it up 25% a day.
What do you mean?
But
Wait, Kevin, what do you mean you don't care about volatility if volatility has a direct impact on us as the consumers?
Because we have to fix this problem once and for all.
And leave it to CNN to act like a bunch of elitist snobs, mocking the working man for getting shafted by terrible trade deals.
On behalf of the forgotten working class of this country.
Will we please stop this forgotten working class?
We will not, sir. We will not,
I'll
sir.
tell you, nonsense. Everybody in some shape or form, is part of a working class, either historically, today, or whatever. And every one of us, in some shape or form, lives in an economic environment where we are aware of what is happening in our own areas. But this idea that somehow it's Wall Street versus Main Street, and Main Street doesn't care about Wall Street, and Wall Street just wants...
All right, Brian Kilmeade, who was that guy, by the way?
I don't know. He looks so familiar. 1 minute he's an expert walking in the park. The next minute he's an expert at air travel. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's yelling at the wrong person.
The next minute is an expert in Animal Kingdom.
America a year and a half ago. So she said that she got to get ahead of this. And Scott Besson, who did my radio show when he was just a thought about Treasury Secretary, said, I asked what his biggest worry. And he said, income disparity. I said, why? He goes, there's not enough money for working class people. And he goes, and I say that as a guy that has done very well for myself. He came in, had very little, was able to work his way up, worked for George Soros, and wants to be Treasury Secretary to give back. So I'm fascinated by this matchup. And right now, in so many ways, I feel like this is back to the pandemic in that we had to go study China. They started this pandemic, what's going on here? And then we're trying to look at their economy. And so much of this is a house of cards. Though young people are not working over there. They got huge problems with housing. They got empty cities. Nobody has any opportunity. They live to export. If they can't export, they can act as tough as they want. They'll begin to collapse. This guy's going to feel the pressure quickly, and Trump knows it.
Joe Biden probably could have done this when he was president. You had the whole world against China after they unleashed this virus.
Yeah.
And he just sat on his hands, Katie.
Well, I think he did more than that, or less than that, you could say. China has never been held responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic, killing millions of people all around the world, sending false and fake PPE all over the world, fake testing kits when they claimed that they were delivering humanitarian aid to countries in Europe. But this current trade war, the president has leverage here because he has isolated China. Now the world has a choice. We can either go with cheap Chinese goods, which we know are broken and fake and that do not have longevity. And that includes things sold at Walmart, but also things built in countries like Africa, where China has gone through and promised, we'll build you a bridge, we'll build you infrastructure. It all starts crumbling down after they imported Chinese workers to do those jobs. And then they walk away and say, we don't care if your bridge collapsed. We don't care if these things aren't working for you. You still owe us money and you're stuck in this debt trap. The president understands that legacies are not built on snapshot polling. Yes, this tariff situation is new. People are not comfortable with it. It's different. It is going to potentially cause some short-term pain, but it's part of a broader economic plan that the president has with tax cuts, deregulation, spending cuts. And so they're in this for the long haul, and so is China. They have a 100-year plan, And if China wants to go with looking at the rest of the world and saying, take our exports versus the United States, I think the world is going to say your credibility in terms of the goods that you provide after stealing intellectual property, which is to the tune of $600 billion from American corporations, I think most of the world is going to choose the better, more credible country, which is the United States.
Jessica, China going after Hollywood. Do you think that was the smartest point of leverage to take on Donald Trump?
Isn't the art of the deal that's just an opening gambit, right?
Okay.
We'll ease our way into that.
Yeah.
I think that China knows that there are tens of millions of Americans that own small businesses that rely on goods from China that are going to be completely bankrupted by these tariffs. And that's really what this is about. They can say what they want about Hollywood, but that's what it's going to come down to, that people need to be able to go, to Walmart and get the things that they want. And that's what the CEO of Walmart is saying. That's what people like Ken Langone is saying, calling what Trump's doing BS. This is someone who's a strong supporter of his. Ken Griffin as well. I was struck by what Larry Fink said this morning on CNBC. This is the head of BlackRock. The U.S. post-World War II was a global stabilizer. We are now a global destabilizer. Yes, I do believe we're probably starting, if not already, in a recession. This is not a pandemic. This is not a financial crisis. This is something we've created. And that's the trend line here, that smart people who create jobs, who are really rich, who have done well, who Donald Trump respects, know that what he is doing is about his own fantasies and not about the realities of the economics here. The dollar is weakening. People are dumping U.S. assets. They don't think that we're a good bet. And the American public, the lower classes that Scott Bessent is so concerned with, are losing their minds. Consumer sentiment dropped to its second lowest level since 1952 when they started recording this. Do you think that's a good thing, that the American public who need to be able to get up and go to the grocery store and get that flat screen TV,
right, if
that's what they want?
Do you think the last 40 years of trade have been good?
Yeah, they have been good.
For the middle class. Have it been good for the middle class, Jessica?
If you're talking specifically about protectionists, policies
I'm talking about jobs
auto
and factories and honor in the Rust Belt and across the country.
What's more
where
important
people got hammered by cheap
Jesse,
Chinese
why
goods
are there
and taken
tens
advantage
of thousands of manufacturing jobs available? Because people don't want them. That's what folks who are smart about this are saying. We can't have a manufacturing economy. We don't have the workers for it. We don't have the interest in it.
She's talking about a different type of manufacturing. We're not talking about T-shirts. We're talking about aerospace. We're talking about steel. We're talking about automobiles. We're talking about robotics and AI. Those are the types of high-tech jobs the president's looking to return.
But I also think that the arguments over volatility or the arguments over the small business reliance on certain things, it's very short term. It's very myopic. It reminds me of sort of if someone's breaking up with a violent, controlling partner. And it's like, well, but, all your friends are through me. Like, it's sort of a dependence that's based on a total fallacy of trust. And the reality is that in the last 40 years, our deficit to China is not only at times in the trillions, but up to the billions in terms of the trade goods deficit. But we also, when we had to bail out American workers, for example, to the tune of $27 billion, 26 billion of that was tethered even to China. Us bailing out our farmers because of our dependence on China still required a dependence on China. Everything that we do has been absolutely tethered to this country that has such a lopsided power differential. And finally, we are reclaiming. And the extrication of a system that has had us under its heel for the last 40 years, as we have created a system where we rely on cheap, faulty goods that are destroyed, that we've sort of fed into this consumerism, fast casual lifestyle. It's okay to put that on pause while the extrication has a bit of growing pains for the long-term self-independence so that we don't have to have such a lopsided existence. I don't buy that the status quo, because it is somehow the reason why it should remain. And I note, too, that despite the confidence in the stock market at this moment, I think there's a greater appreciation for the short-term value of it, because the number one cabinet member currently of the Trump administration that has consumer confidence, that has voters' confidence, is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And so I think to that point, people know that they're making a good decision that might hurt for a short amount of time, but in the long run, it will be so much more valuable to be untethered from China.
And to see these deals get better and better, you're going to have Israel, you're going to have South Korea, Japan is going to be first, Italy's coming on Wednesday, El Salvador, something unrelated on Monday. But little by little, all these deals, you're going to be hearing the positive news about other reconfigurations of our trade deal. All these deals are going to be better, marginally better or much better. The EU is going to be fascinating.
I don't
to
know
see
why
that
you think that
rebalance.
that's going to be the case. He says now, Trump says that we have raw deals with Canada and Mexico. He negotiated the USMCA himself. He does not have a good
So you're
track
talking
record
about the
of doing this.
USMCA. I'm not sure what Canada's doing. I just
Joe
named
Biden did no trade deals.
That's not
Right.
true.
Vietnam,
First of all, that's absolutely
textiles.
not true.
That is true.
There were no trade deals under the Biden administration.
I
guarantee-
trade deals that
our
move
corn.
markets are goods.
Australia doesn't even take our beef. We lost 4 million jobs
because of how much
China.
hormones we have pumped
That's
into
what
it.
they say.
That's
the same
point,
beef.
the imbalance.
Right.
You don't go to a restaurant, Jessica, and say, I'll have the hormone-free beef.
If it was an option,
you
I would
order it
pay
off
up
the
for
menu,
it.
and you look great, by the way. See what I did? See what I did?
It's true.
All right.
Two babies look
I
like
do.
this.
I have hormone replacement beef, and that's
Does that
also
taste
the best.
better?
Yes, it's much
That sounds
better.
like a personal
little
issue.
chewy.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Folks, having way too much fun based off of a legend in the White House. Here we go.
President Trump is putting the pressure on China. The commander-in-chief hitting the communist nation with a 145% tariff while announcing a 90-day pause.
Isn't it wild how people who say they are for democracy, these same folks, when it comes to Trump and President Xi of China, a lot of these people are supporting President Xi of China. This guy runs a communist country. And yet, you have news anchors or journalists who don't support Trump, or liberals or Democrats who don't support Trump, talking about, I stand with China. Trump is bullying China. You stand with communist country? Really? And you say you are American? You stand with China? You support China instead of supporting your president that over 70 plus million people voted for? But yet you stand with China. You say you support democracy. I don't know.
On the other nations so we can negotiate those tailor-made deals. 47 meeting with his cabinet as they strategize their next moves.
Everybody wants to come and make a deal.
I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now. And they have come with offers that they never, ever, ever would have come with.
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries.
After the market shot up like a rocket yesterday, thanks to that 90-day pause, here come the Russiagate losers like Adam Schiff to baselessly claim that there was an insider trading conspiracy afoot.
Who knew in advance that the president was going to once again flip-flop on tariffs? And are people cashing in?
This administration is replete with grifters. I hope there will be a searching, penetrating investigation into the potential for manipulation and insider trading.
How? Okay.
Right, market manipulation.
The possible stock manipulation. What, if any, advanced knowledge did members of the House Republican Conference have?
The corruption is just completely out in the open. If someone with knowledge of an economic policy change that would cause the markets to shoot back up right before posting about how great a time it is to buy right before the policy change happened, would certainly be guilty of insider trading.
No, honey. He posted on Truth Social, he said, this would be a great time to buy. To the whole United States, to everybody. He didn't do it in secret. He told everybody this would be a great time to buy on Truth Social. He said it to every single American. Now, these people are saying that is considered insider trading. What about Nancy Pelosi, ladies and gentlemen? What about Nancy Pelosi? And everybody in Congress, all right, talking about insider trading. Nancy has never lost money in the stock market. Probably. I don't think she ever lost $1 in the stock market. She's probably like the greatest investor of all time. She's probably better than, what's his name? Berkshire Hathaway. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Berkshire Hathaway. Yeah, whatever the guy's name is. The old guy.
But Democrats can't quite figure out if it's insider trading or caving to China.
This was not the plan. This was he had to cave because of these external pressures.
The plan was made up that day. It was not nobody on Wall Street. They didn't run it by Wall Street. They didn't run it by business leaders and CEOs.
He blinked, as he should have, because he was about to destroy the American economy.
The president won't cave. He's got a spine of steel. Turn out the spine of steel was no match for the brain of mashed potatoes.
Okay, Jesse, they say it's stock manipulation. But how's it stock manipulation when Trump says at 9:17 in the morning, everybody buy, and it isn't until 4 hours later that he takes the pause?
I mean, Nancy got filthy rich, and now they want to look at stock manipulation. Come on. The Democrats are mad when the market goes down, and then they're mad when the market goes up. You just can't win with these people. Is he caving to China? Is he too tough on China? I wish the Democrats would just help us out for once.
Facts.
This is about economic patriotism. This is about national security. And the
100%.
Democrats have to just criticize everything this guy does. Oh, he
That's
blinked.
crazy.
Wait a second. I thought you wanted him to lower tariffs. Now you're going to investigate him for lowering tariffs? Doesn't make any sense. They say that this is going too quickly, okay? So if you do it the way they want to do it, maybe you go 5% tariff, 10% tariff, 15% tariff, and it just never gets anywhere. And our allies never race to negotiate. And then that's an actual trade war. They'll just sit back and they'll raise their tariffs, and then we get nothing. Trump has to do this fast. He's up against the midterms. He's term limited. We think he's term limited.
He is.
So the only way to get this done is shock therapy, and it's already getting results. You got to do this to get the high-tech manufacturing back into this country. You have to have aerospace, steel. You have to have shipbuilding, medicine, robotics, AI. These are the kind of jobs that can go to high-skilled, high-wage workers in this country, and they have to be done here. And everybody agrees. Jessica agrees. Schumer agrees. Everyone's all agreed on this, but for some reason they're criticizing the way Trump's doing it. Well, what strategy have the Democrats employed? Have the Democrats ever brought high-tech manufacturing back? Had they ever gotten one other country to lower their trade barriers? No. They haven't done any of this. All they do is sit back and chirp. Now, what you're seeing right now is Trump is getting the entire world to rally with us against the Chinese. If he can cut deals so they lower their trade barriers against us, invest in the United States, bring their factories here, and raise their trade barriers against China, what that does to China, it collapses their economy, mass unemployment, and then possibly the regime gets toppled. So if they don't want their regime getting toppled, they have to cut a deal with us. So then they can start playing fair, because everybody knows they cheat. They dump cheap subsidized products into our market. They steal our trade secrets, and they send us viruses and fentanyl. That has to stop. Jessica knows it. She doesn't have a strategy. She should just get on board and do the right thing.
Okay. So, Dana, right now we find out that, all the Democrats said we're going to alienate our allies and they're going to start working with China. Now we find out that Australia said no to China. We don't want to work with you. And Trump is exactly where he wants to be. He's got all 75 countries ready to make a deal, and he's alienating and isolating China. And even Kevin O'Leary says they should actually have 1,000% tariff on them because they are so corrupt in terms of how they handle the economy.
So I lots to agree with, and then a couple things I would maybe say, I'm not sure. On the Democrats and helping out, I don't understand why they don't, because tariffs are a left-wing thing. And conservatives for so long were like, well, I don't think I'm for that because that doesn't make any sense in the law of economics. And now you see a lot of Republicans say, well, okay, they can be on the team. they've decided, and like some of them are tying themselves in knots and saying, well, yeah, I know I said something else 3 years ago, but that doesn't matter now because they're on the team. And I actually can be okay with that. If you're going to be honest about it, like you've changed your mind or you want to be on the side, you want to give it some patience, okay, let's go. Let's see how that's going to work. But the Democrats, they're not smart enough to figure out that strategy to say, oh, he's coming our way. Let's co-opt him and put the Republicans in a box. Because if they had done that, they might have been able to derail the bill that Thune and Johnson were able to pass today.
Yep.
That's the president's priorities. The Republicans have had not a great week. And still the Democrats can't figure out a way to derail that bill. That means to me that the Democrats are in much worse shape than the Republicans are. That they can come together and get that done is important. On the point about the other nations being willing to help us, Australia and also Japan, Korea. So we've talked about the shrimpers in Louisiana. One of the things that happens, if you have a shrimp coming in from other places, that's a problem. So can that help? Maybe, except for that we still have these tariff deals that we need to get done. Lutnick was in the cabinet room saying, well, it's going to take a long time to do them. Time is not something that we have a ton of, but there was good news on that front for people because we talked about this yesterday. Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, now apparently the one that is driving. He's in the driver's seat along with the president. So now everybody knows, like, if the leaders from the other countries are calling, they're not calling around. They're saying Bessent, president. That's who they're talking to, and I think that's important for credibility. But on the shrimpers front, there's still a 10% tariff everywhere else until we get them all worked out. And they buy cables, for example, two or three cables a year from South Korea. Those are pretty expensive. That's where those are made. The nets that they need to get, those come from India because that's where and it will take years in order to get those types of things made here. And maybe we don't need to do that if we can buy them from somewhere else. So that's why those deals are super important to try to get done. And I don't think we have a ton of time to do it.
You know, Greg, the truth is that the United States has been pretty much a welcome mat where the other countries just bring in whatever they want, whatever tariffs they want. And now we're in a position to actually leverage the fact that we're the biggest consumers in the world.
That's not a question, Judge. So let me come up with a question. Are the Democrats authentic? No, they are not. No. Did you listen to that? It was like a bat signal went out. They said exactly the same thing. Yep. Just have one original thought, and when you get the original thought, don't share it with everybody else. Expect other people to have their own original thought. You are NPCs, non-playing characters in a video game. Ooh. The background that provides context to people who live real lives, who are playing the video game, us. The stock market reacts poorly to uncertainty. The problem with Trump, uncertainty is his superpower. And uncertainty brings people to the table and it scares other people away. But we knew this going in. You know, Trump wasn't a Trojan horse like Joe Biden, who pretended to be middle of the road when he was roadkill in the middle of the road. Trump was transparent on trade for 40 years, even when people were laughing about it. So, but people said, okay, we like the whole package. I said I like the whole package, even though ignorant on tariffs. I didn't even know what they were like 2 years ago. That's on me, all right? But you don't marry Ozzy Osbourne and then act shocked when he does drugs. You don't marry Charlie Sheen and act outraged when he's not monogamous. We knew what Trump's superpower is, and we know how it works, and we've accepted it. Only amateurs use the word cave because clearly, you've never engaged in a negotiation. And negotiation begins at extremes, and you work towards a middle. Most of these countries are at a standstill, so they got to work towards us. It's a process toward agreement. It is not a cave when somebody agrees with you. Likewise, Trump always starts at an extreme, an audacious start that resets the table, and then you work from there. The idiots in the media have never worked in a negotiation, or if they have, it's through their agent, and your agent sucks. I've been in negotiations where they've offered me an embarrassingly low number to start, and I'm not insulted because I know that's smart. Why would you not start at the lowest level? Likewise, why would you start at the highest level? So I come in with an embarrassingly high number. You wouldn't believe the things I have asked for. Some of the things I've asked for, I look back on and I go, I can't believe I asked for that. But the thing is,
but you asked,
that's how you start. You start way over here, you start way over there, and you just bloop, 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 bloop. But that's government doesn't understand that because they're always negotiating with somebody else's money. So they don't need to negotiate. America is like Tom Brady in his prime, and Trump is his agent working on his behalf. And if he wasn't a bastard about it, he would be derelict in his duties.
So you asked Fox for a jet, and then you settled on a car.
This is how you do everything. In fact, that's what makes negotiating fun. I wish I knew this when I was younger.
All right, Jessica.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there.
Okay, here we go, Jesse.
I want to try to, I guess, use different words to make sure that I'm not an NPC Democrat today.
Non-player
I heard
character.
you say Trump is exactly where he wants to be, and he wouldn't have reshuffled his team if that were the case. He wouldn't have said, Peter Navarro, I never want to see you again, and Howard Lutnick, you're the bad cop now, which means that maybe he gets to go on Jesse's show once every couple of weeks.
Wait, Navarro is what?
Navarro is sidelined completely.
Wait, Navarro's on my show tonight.
Oh.
So how is he sidelined?
Well, he's not, according to the reporting, he's not.
She's, oh my goodness. She said, oh. Oh, you didn't get the memo, did you?
About it, he would be derelict in his duties.
So you asked Fox for a jet, and then you settled on a car.
This is how you do everything. In fact, that's what makes negotiating fun. I wish I knew this when I was younger.
Me too. I'm a terrible negotiator.
All right, Jessica.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. I want to try to, I guess, use different words to make sure that I'm not an NPC Democrat today. But I heard you say Trump is exactly where he wants to be, and he wouldn't have reshuffled his team if that were the case. He wouldn't have said, Peter Navarro, I never want to see you again, and Howard Lutnick, you're the bad cop now, which means that maybe he gets to go on Jesse's show once every couple of weeks.
Wait, Navarro is what?
Navarro is sidelined completely.
Wait, Navarro's on my show tonight.
Oh.
So how is he sidelined?
Well, he's not. According to the reporting, he's not supposed to be.
Is my show on the sidelines?
Wait, is it Anna Navarro?
Oh, no.
No.
All right, guys.
Yeah. He's just transparent.
He's also trying to market this as the fact that he paused the tariffs, and he absolutely did not. He canceled the reciprocal tariffs, but we are still, as Dana said, tariffing the entire globe 10%, even the people that we have good relationships with, like Australia.
It don't matter.
And there was questioning of Jameson Greer, our trade representative, earlier this week about why we're possibly doing that, and he had absolutely no answer for it. The Yale Budget Lab just came out with new figures based on yesterday's tariff numbers that says that this will cost each American household $4,400. This is the highest tariff rate since 1909.
Who came up with that?
The Yale Budget Lab.
Oh, not the Yale Budget Lab.
Oh, I'm sorry that I didn't pull it out of a cartoon or something wherever you got your
We'll see
point.
it tomorrow everywhere else.
No.
The Yale
fine.
Budget Lab.
Why are you making fun
The
of
Yale
smart
Budget
people that
Lab.
calculate things? The Economic Anxiety Index for the U.S., it's a chart. And the number is off the chart now. They can't even keep it on the page. The CEO of Amazon came out and said, these tariffs will be passed on to the consumers. Our sellers will 100% not be paying them. You will be. There will be, I think it's 70.
Sounds like the corporate income
talking about
tax.
Bezos?
So, no, I'm not. I'm talking about Andy
the guy.
Jassy, who's the CEO of it,
right.
actually.
Bezos is kissing the
guys
ring,
are
though.
talking about this from a very privileged seat, where you can say things
No.
like, "No, you're not." Okay.
Bringing jobs to
Woman
middle
of the
America
this
is not privileged.
Okay, but this is what it's doing. Microsoft announces they're not opening up a new data center in Ohio because of this. Auto
That had
plants are.
nothing to
And
do
how
with
many
this.
manufacturing
Yes, it
plants?
really
nothing
they
to
came
do.
no reason. Walmart saying we can't do our economic forecasting, and you said, what do Democrats know about bringing back these jobs? Talk about the Chips and Science Act. Talk about how many manufacturing jobs came back under Joe Biden.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
Did
here
you
we
want
go,
that?
Joe.
It was built under Joe Biden.
Sleepy
Yeah.
Joe.
What's
Here we
your
go.
plan,
Names
Jessica?
of them, all of the money
Where?
that
Joe
came
Biden
back.
I think it was
signed the
ice
magic
chips.
wand?
That's not magic. Joe Biden increased Trump's China tariffs by threefold. Democrats
he
can
agrees
have a
with
new one.
tariffs.
Oh, please.
You have to be precise about what you're
You
doing.
too.
This is not precise on
We
any
all
level.
agree that China needs to be tariffed because they cheat,
don't
they
ag-
steal, and that's all they're
Let
involved in
them eat
manipulating.
cake.
Delicious.
Who? The Chinese
Marie
cake?
Antoinette over here.
Who's Marie Antoinette?
People who say don't look at your 401k. People who
We're
say
not
I'm
there now.
And yet
You
you're the one
said it
losing
on
your
Monday
head.
and Tuesday.
No, we're not there
That's just
anymore.
my
I
hair
just
looks
got
great.
to where he's going.
I think my hair looks
Up
great
next,
today.
look who's
Oh my God.
Crawling back for relevance, a Democrat. Kamala wants back in the game.
Kamala, please. Just go wash the collard greens in the bathroom, okay? In the bathtub. Can you do that? And come back and talk to us. But for now, we don't want to hear nothing about no Kamala, okay? All right. Here is Trump on Air Force One, like you all know, transparent.
Spoke to reporters on Air Force One. Let's listen.
Hello, everybody. Mr. President, just got back from Walter Reed. How'd it go? Land with you. I think well. Every test you can imagine. I was there for a long time. The yearly physical. I think I did well. I think they're releasing the report on Sunday. Doctors, highly respected doctors. Great place, amazing place, actually.
Did they give you any suggestions or advice on anything you need to change up?
A little bit, but
McDonald's.
overall, I think I'm
Don't eat McDonald's.
I was in very good shape. Good heart, a good soul, very good soul. And I wanted to be a little different than Biden. I took a cognitive test, and I don't know what to tell you other than I got every answer right. I took just a lot of different tests having to do with the heart, having to do with other things, and I think you'll find that they're going to release the report on Sunday. I think you'll find it very good.
Can you tell us about the cognitive test? Is that man, woman, person, camera, TV?
It's I think it's a pretty well-known test. Whatever it is, I got it all right.
I got everyone. I got it all right.
I've taken the cognitive test, I think, 4 times, and I'm done.
I took it 4 times.
Nothing wrong.
I got it.
That's what the American people want, right? Biden refused to take it.
No, he refused.
Kamala refused.
They all refused.
I think most of them refused to take it. I don't refuse to take it. What else?
What else?
The markets today and this week.
Which one?
The markets this week and the reaction.
I think the markets were solid today. I think people are seeing we're in great shape. We have, we're making a lot of money as a country now for the first time in a long time. We were losing billions of dollars a day, and now we're making billions of dollars a day. It's a big difference. And we then brought it down to 10%. And so that made it a little bit less, but I did that because I wanted to be fair to other people, to other countries.
Is it up to President Xi to pick up the phone? Where do
I guess so. Whatever it is, I don't, we have a lot of countries, not just China. And but whatever it is, I think we're in a very good position. We're doing well. We have a lot of things happening. A lot of new companies are coming on board because of the tariffs and because of the November 5th election.
How does the administration, how do you plan to respond to the Supreme Court ruling and the other courts about the gentleman who was from Maryland who was put in the El Salvador prison?
Is that the one that was not Tren de Aragua, but he was MS-13?
Just the one that they've said needs to come back.
No, but was he MS-13? Because I only know by that. I mean, I don't know which one, but if the Supreme Court said bring somebody back, I would do that. I respect the Supreme Court.
And the lower court judge as well. He's been asking for daily updates.
I'm not talking about the lower court. I have great respect for the Supreme Court. So I'm not I'm not totally well versed as to the specific case, but if they said to bring him back, I would tell them to bring him back.
Tell us a little bit about your negotiations, how they're going with other countries aside from China. It sounds like you were talking to some before you left for Walter Reed.
We're talking to a lot of countries, and ultimately, we pretty much can do what we want to do, but we want to be fair. We can set the tariff, and they can choose not to deal with us, or they can choose to pay it, and that's where we are. We can set the tariff, or we can do it a number of different ways, but that seems to be appropriate. And they can pay it, or negotiate it, or they can not pay it. They can just say we can't do business with them. If they think it's too high, they don't have to do business with us. But I don't think anybody would think that.
Is 10% the floor, Mr. President? You think?
Pretty close, yeah. positive is going to come out of that.
Are you done with that level? Their last response, I think, brought theirs to
We're going to see what
125.
happens. I mean, look, China is it's a very big, great country. It's a very good leader, very smart leader. It's a different form of leadership. It's a different form of government. But they certainly are big. But, you know, this should have been done. What I've done should have been done by past presidents for many, many years. That they allowed this to happen. You could say that about more recently about how do you let people pour into our country like Biden allowed to happen. That's a big focus. We now have the best border we've had ever. But, you know, how do you allow that to happen? Could have been stopped so easily. He didn't need legislation. You know the expression, just needed a new president. We have now the best border that we've ever had.
Mr. President.
Okay, yeah, please.
Yes. Who would you like to see win the Masters this Sunday?
Oh, I have so many great guys. They're all friends of mine. They're all friends of mine. You have some great ones. Scotty Scheffler's great. Bryson's great.
Did you see his round
You have
today?
a lot of great ones. Yeah, you have some really great. Justin Rose is a friend. They're all friends of mine. But it's going to be a good Masters. Looks like it's going to be a very good Masters. Have some fantastic golfers at the top. So it should be good. The course looks beautiful.
What do you make of the dollar having gone down a little bit after the tariff announcement?
Listen, we're the currency of choice. We're always going to be, as long as you have somebody smart. And you know what? If a nation said we're not going to be on the dollar, I would tell you that within about one phone call, they would be back on the dollar. You always have to keep the dollar. No, the dollar is, I think when people understand what we're doing, I think the dollar will go way up. I'm not talking about you're talking about the value of the dollar, which is what I'm talking about too. I think the dollar is tremendous. It's going to be stronger than ever.
How are you feeling with the bond market right now, sir?
I think
10-year has risen.
the bond market's going good. It had a little moment, but I solved that problem very quickly. I'm very good at that stuff. You know, I solved it very quickly. I didn't know I solved it that well. We had the biggest day in history.
How concerned were you about the bond market? To what extent did that play a role?
It wasn't, you know, a lot of people say, was that, no, it wasn't.
What was it?
What was it?
The country in an unbelievable economic position, which is where we should be. And it should have been done many years ago by other presidents, and they didn't do it. They didn't have the courage to do it. And to me, it's not a question of courage. I think we had no choice. But I think it's very obvious what's going to happen. We're very strong. We're making billions of dollars a day. We were losing billions of dollars a day. This is in a period of 2 weeks. We're making billions of dollars a day. China now is losing billions of dollars. I don't want them to lose money, but they're losing billions, and we're making billions. I flipped it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sir, on Iran, we know that you're...
Now, you can have your reservations about Trump, for sure. You know, it is what it is. Some people didn't vote for him. Some people voted for him. Well, about 70 plus million people voted for the OG. But the fact is, he's very authentic. He comes out, he says what he wants to say. He's not NPC, okay? He says what he wants to say. He does what he wants to do. He knows that other countries has been taking advantage of the United States for years. And now he's trying to rectify trade deals around the globe. I think Democrat, liberals, independent, Republicans should rally behind him, support his administration, and watch him cook. Because there are some things that only Trump truly, like actually, only Trump can get done, because he's allowed to get away with some things because of his history, the way he talks. He's been like this forever. Like forever, he's been like this. So I think the United States should take advantage of Trump's talent and use that to take the United States to the next level. Everybody needs to get on board and rally with Trump. I'm not saying support or agree with everything he's doing, but what options do you have? you have this guy for the next 4 years. Okay? What options do you have? And truly, you can tell that this is working because EU is saying the United States can bring cars into Europe, 0 tariffs. They would never have done this before. Trump said it. They would never have done this. So truly, his tactics may be rough, but is it working?
The ultimate goal is to not allow them to have a nuclear weapon. What are your short-term goals for talks this weekend?
Only that. I want them not to have a nuclear weapon. I want Iran to be a wonderful, great, happy country. But they can't have a nuclear weapon. And we're negotiating with them. On Saturday, we have a big meeting with them.
What do you hope to come?
And right now, we have a meeting with President Putin as we speak. There's a meeting going on right now. But with Iran, I want them to flourish, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. Thank you, everybody.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Thank you, Fox. All right. You guys are the best. More updates.
Now to a Fox News alert. Trade extensions, or tensions, I should say, trade tensions escalating overnight as Beijing announces a 125% tariff on U.S. imports. That's up from 84%. After the White House says tariffs on China are now at 145%.
So meanwhile, President Trump says he's very close to his first deal.
If you aren't able to reach the deals that you want to see at the end of the 90 days, will you put those higher tariffs in place, or will you extend?
Well, that's what would happen. I mean, if we can't make the deal that we want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties, it's got to be good for both parties. And then we go back to where we were.
Go back to the numbers that you announced last week.
I think so.
Wouldn't extend the pause?
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, here to explain what those next 90 days will be like is U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. Jamieson, first off, your take on what we woke up to today, upping the retaliatory tariffs on America to over 100%. Your reaction?
Well, good morning. I would say that the Chinese reaction this morning is not terribly surprising, but certainly unfortunate. No one else has retaliated against these reciprocal tariffs yet. China got out ahead and decided to do it, and that's why they're in a different category than the rest at this point.
Jamieson, I know you've already talked to some countries and you're planning on talking to some today. Can you tell our audience which ones?
Certainly. In fact, right after I'm done with this TV spot, I'm going to be speaking with my counterpart in Israel. Over the last 2 days, I had a long discussion with the Vietnamese. We're speaking with the Taiwanese later today as well. I have a full dance card.
Yeah. So I guess, Representative, a lot of questions, the big question on Americans' mind, they're on board when it comes to knowing that China is a threat and they steal a lot of stuff from us. Is there a plan to make up the difference for some of those businesses that are going to be hit hard by this trade war?
Well, certainly. And part of the reason we're doing negotiations is to achieve more fair and balanced and reciprocal trade with other nations. And part of this means opening up their export markets. As we all know, there have been so many barriers to U.S. products in foreign markets for many years, whether it's tariffs or non-tariff barriers or other things like that. And so as we're meeting with these countries every day, we're talking about ways where we can have more U.S. exports and give our producers alternative markets to China in addition to China.
All right, so when we look at China, tell me if these numbers line up with your numbers. We get 73% of our smartphones, 78% of our laptops, 87% of our video game consoles, 77% of our toys from China. If those numbers are correct, the marketplace is going to get severely hit by these tariffs.
So I understand that we do import a lot from China, and that actually, to me, underscores the urgency of the situation. We've become so dependent on this. That being said, many of our large companies dealing in hardware and consumer electronics have been diversifying over the past few years to Vietnam, to India, to Mexico, to Korea, to elsewhere. And those are the kind of trends we need to see to help diversify that production so that can help out American consumers and American companies.
But in the meantime, they say it's going to cost the American household $4,800. What do you say to those households?
Well, first of all, I would say with respect to those projections, a lot of those are Wall Street analysts who have a lot to lose themselves. In the first term, we put a lot of tariffs on China, and we saw similar predictions. Those ended up being wrong. Inflation went down. I think the economic fundamentals of our country are still very, very good. And while there may be an adjustment, I think we're going to be on a good path, and I don't think we're going to see that level of increase in household expenses.
Yeah, I know a lot of countries are still at 10%. So many of those products maybe we can buy from other countries. What do the next 90 days look like?
Sure, I'm happy to give you some detail on this. So my office, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, I have hundreds of people. They're split up according to regional areas, and they're working around the clock with their counterparts at the staff level. And there are pieces of paper going back and forth as countries come in and make suggestions about what they can do to have more reciprocal trade with with us. And we're looking at those, we're reviewing those, we're communicating with them and giving them ideas so we can get to a point where the president can close these deals. He can negotiate, and if there's a deal that's good, he can consider taking it, and if not, then he'll have the tariff. But that's what we're doing over the next 90 days. We've been doing it for weeks, and we're doing it today, and we'll just keep doing it.
Mr. Representative, the president has said, keep calm, don't get yippy. You seem like a calm guy yourself, but what do you tell the American people that are on your side, on the president's side, but they are a little scared because they see everything in their house and they look at the label and it says made in China?
Yes, there's a story from a couple of years ago. One of my kids one day looked at me and said, "Dad, why does everything say made in China? They must be so busy over there." And they're exactly right. But again, this has been a bipartisan approach for the past almost 8 years at this point, that we need to diversify from China and be able to source from other countries. And so I'm obviously sensitive to the needs of households and what we're seeing, but we've been put in a position and a point of emergency, frankly, where if we can only maintain our standard of living by being dependent on China, who is a strategic adversary, that's a very dangerous position to be in. And so we need to accelerate this.
What did you learn from the phase one deal last time, which they didn't keep to, and it wasn't enforced? Does that make you worry about cutting any deal with China in the long run?
Well, my sense is that the Chinese are pragmatic. I learned to have a deep respect for them. They're very serious. They understand power and realpolitik in the international arena. When we did the phase one deal in the first couple of years, where the Trump administration was still there, we actually were able to enforce it. They bought more ag products from us in 2020 and then even 2021 than they had done in history. So it is a matter of enforcement. And I think if there's mutual understanding, mutual respect, and a real agreement, you can actually move the ball forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on this morning. You've had a busy week.
Right. Just exit question. Can you get 70 deals done in 90 days?
I think we can get enough deals done to the president so he can be comfortable that we're moving the ball forward, making trade more reciprocal, and pushing forward American prosperity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
China escalating the ongoing trade war with the U.S.
Overnight, Beijing announcing a 125% tariff on U.S. imports. This is up from 84% duty that China announced on Wednesday.
So this has the White House clarified yesterday that the 20% fentanyl tariff will remain in effect, bringing the total tariff on China to 145%.
Yeah, we did some bad math early, but now this is the total.
China's finance ministry responding, saying, quote, even if the U.S. continues to impose higher tariffs, it will no longer make economic sense and will become a joke in the history of world economy.
All right, President Xi also saying today his country is not afraid. Their new 125% tariff rate on U.S. Goods kicks in tomorrow. And here we go. So no one's backing off.
No.
But the thing that obviously it's going to affect us. Got it. But when you realize how much China is hurting internally, their marketing, their housing market has collapsed. The stimulus money that they put in has not been effective. They have a youth unemployment rate where kids are going from college and they just don't want to work, not opportunities available, to the point where they're going back to the colleges saying, if your students, your graduates don't get jobs, we're coming after you. That's how desperate they are. And most of what they need now, since they're great at producing things, but they need us to consume their things. And if the prices become too high, America naturally will start giving the Heisman to Chinese goods.
I think this has become the national security issue of our time as well, Brian. They hack us like crazy. They steal like crazy. They knock off our products all the time. And you really can't compete at the end of the day with slave labor. We outlawed in this country for a reason, and now we essentially buy the products from a different country that does the same thing.
Right. We get a lot of computers, a lot of phones, a lot of toys from China. But the president says he's optimistic. This was good news. He said, we're very close to doing one of these trade deals. Listen.
So how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, to Scott, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations.
You wouldn't extend the pause?
No. We'll have to see what happens at that time.
And they're saying a lot of things. They're coming after it. Their foreign minister, the Chinese foreign minister, says the U.S. is in defiance of global criticism, pitching itself against the rest of the world. Intimidation, threats, and blackmail are not the right way to engage China. Now, people have said that President Xi has come to power, held power, consolidated power, because he's known as a tough guy. Right. So that's his whole persona. I know it comes down to schoolyard politics, and we usually use that, keep that in the Middle East. Right. But we're seeing that now. So if you want to keep your population in check, you make him think that you're in control. What he says goes, and you're going to stand up to the behemoth, which is the U.S., which makes me think they're not going to take a step back, because that is their persona right now around the globe.
There's people going to suffer. And I love the way that the president talks about this. He always says, look, I got to be tough with China. I have to. But me and the president are friends. He's a tough negotiator. I got to do what's best for my people. He's going to try to do what's best for his people. But all I want is fairness. I don't want to get into a war with China. I just want what's fair to the United States and what's fair for China as well.
Right. I don't think most Americans knew the deficit was so big between the two countries. And that's what he's saying. We're going to stop paying y'all so much money until you start paying us just as much. We have Jamison Greer, the U.S. trade representative. You've seen him on TV. Guest. Yeah, he's big. He's going to be on at 7:30. He's the one that's been in front of the Senate and the House talking about all this.
Very smart.
And the cabinet met yesterday, and the cabinet members started to share their latest developments. It goes hand in hand with what you saw yesterday at the diner. Everyone was saying, I love that President Trump's doing this and this and this. And if you don't remember everything that he's done over the last 100+ days, here you go.
Within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President. And that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border.
We anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet.
I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination.
By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
That's incredible. I
Think about that last line.
It'll be 100 days on April 29th. That last line, we're going to figure out by September what has caused this autism epidemic. We'll be able to know or tell America by then.
Well, I mean, that's huge promises. No backing off that deadline. Right. One thing is, they did update us. This is what President Trump wants to do. It's your government. I'm going to let you see what's happening. It went on for over an hour. There's no better programming in the country than when President Trump gets his cabinet members together or when he has these meetings, whether it's gun control or anything else. Bring the cameras in. You'll see it in real time. I have you bring the governors in. Leave the cameras on. Let the governors ask me questions. Same thing with
Brian,
mayors.
the transparency in this administration is just unmatched. I mean, he wants the American public to see everything. And this is not a ceremonial cabinet. They're working, and they're telling the American people what they're doing. You can criticize them all day. You may not like them personally, whatever the Democrats want to throw at them. But they ran on an agenda, the president did. He selected a cabinet. They debate each other, but they're not backbiting, not stabbing each other in the back. They're duking it out in private and giving the American people what they voted for.
Yeah, I was just going to add a couple of things. It looks like, again, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea have all talked about different things they're going to do. I think we're going to start seeing deals being done. Scott Bessent kind of talks about that. It's overwhelming to have 70 countries call you. But the other thing I see is Amazon comes out, and Amazon's CEO warns Americans, cheap prices on everyday goods could be a thing of the past. Okay, fine. You know why? Because 75% of all your material, everything you have on your website is China. And we don't even know it, doesn't say it. A lot of them are knockoffs. You don't police it. You just put it out there and say the American people aren't complaining. You know who's complaining? The entrepreneurs. I was talking to Artie Lee, the creator of LifeVac. He says that he finds out, he pioneers this, he gets a patent, spends all this money, gets all his clearances. He gets up in the morning and China knocked off his product and it looks exactly like his on Amazon listed right next to it. He goes to our trade representative. They go, yeah, we have this problem all the time, but they don't listen to our court decisions. They don't listen to our court. How long are we going to put up with this? This thing is fundamentally, no matter what the rate is, we're built to lose this. Europe is built to lose this battle. How much longer are we going to be punching bags?
It's not fair.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Of course, it is currently 4:01 a.m., and today's date is the 12th of April 2025. I just saw stats up here, and it says in the year 2000, the United States has a larger trading partner, and China as the lower trading partner. And now in 2024, I need to put this graph up on the screen for you guys. In 2024, in the entire world, China basically supplies the world. Just 25 years ago, the United States had higher power, which is when it comes to manufacturing, production, and selling to the world. As of 25 years ago, the United States was the giant. They were the giant. We were the giant 25 years ago. But now, 2025, literally, the entire Africa is being serviced by China. Almost the entire United States is being serviced by China. All right. So basically, Earth is almost being serviced by China. Dangerous. Dangerous.
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. Now, when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, I looked an hour ago, but we're up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas? Yeah, for is that a record? The big who is? So we're going to have a record like that after watching, but because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country is very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off.
And that's President Trump yesterday after issuing that 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs for some countries while keeping the 10% baseline tariff in place, while also raising the tariff on China to 125% effective immediately. The president said that was because of a lack of respect that Beijing has shown the world markets with its retaliation against the U.S. The president also told reporters he's still open to meeting with Xi Jinping.
No, sure I would. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here. And we're trying to see them. It's, from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus. So many. It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually. And you know, we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, you know, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
The president keeping allies close with this new tariff plan. Joining me now is Gatestone Institute senior fellow and the author of Plan Red, China's project to destroy America. Gordon Chang back with us. Gordon, great to see you. Your reaction to all that has taken place here. I don't know why Xi Jinping doesn't just pick up the phone and call President Trump and try to do a deal rather than back and forth with this retaliation.
Yeah. Picking up the phone and calling President Trump would be the economically rational thing to do. China absolutely needs to do that. But Xi Jinping has configured the Chinese political system so that only the most hostile answers are considered to be acceptable, which means he's boxed himself in. He can't do that because if he does that, his Communist Party fellow leaders, they're going to criticize him. So right now, China's in a position where it can't do what it absolutely needs to do.
And I think they're trying to pressure U.S. markets. When they saw the Politburo and Xi Jinping and his leadership team, when they saw the markets were down 2,000 points, 2 days in a row, trillions of market value lost, they tried to pile on. In fact, there was an issue yesterday in the bond market where rates were spiking. And I was questioning what's going on in the bond market today. Was it a trade gone wrong or is China selling treasuries? And I spoke with the Treasury Secretary about it. I asked Scott Bessent just that. Watch this.
There's one of these deleveraging convulsions that's going on right now in the markets, and I think it's in the fixed income market. There's some very large leverage players who are experiencing losses. They're having to deleverage. I believe that there is nothing systemic about this. I think that it is an uncomfortable but normal deleveraging that's going on in the bond market, and I expect that as we see the leverage come down, the risk managers tapping people on the shoulders, telling them to bring their books down, which is what happens every couple of years as leverage builds up, then the market will calm down.
Is China jumping treasuries to try to put pressure on this market?
Yeah, I think it works against their purposes if they are dumping treasuries, because if they're dumping treasuries, then they have to buy something else. If they sell dollars, then they strengthen their currency. And as I said earlier, they've actually been weakening their currency, which is a loser for everyone.
Right.
And again, when I hear all these stories, the dollar is no longer going to be the reserve currency. If you end up with the Chinese who are willing to use their currency as a trade tool, that doesn't seem like a very good reserve asset to me.
I was really happy to get the Secretary's commentary on the dollar, and he reiterated the U.S.'s position toward a strong dollar. But what do you think? I remember during the financial crisis back in 2007, China and Russia tried to team up, pile on, sell treasuries to pressure the market. So that immediately came to me when I saw that spike in rates yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's part of the answer of what the Chinese were doing, because they do want to put pressure on President Trump.
Yeah.
But the other thing, though, is, yes, they want their currency to weaken, but they don't want it to weaken too fast because they're worried about capital flight. So I think that they have to sell treasuries, dollar-denominated assets, to support the renminbi. But the thing that's really interesting, is that President Trump looks at this and says, I'm not afraid of you, China.
Yeah. He really did.
And the reason is, look, the Chinese don't have any cards in this. As the Treasury Secretary said, they're only holding a pair of twos, and Trump has a royal straight flush. But the point here, though, is that the Chinese think, well, we can intimidate Trump. We can coerce him into surrendering preemptively. And Trump yesterday said, look, 125% tariffs. I'm not being coerced. I'm not being intimidated. You, China, you're the ones who have to back down.
Yeah, and I love the fact that President Trump will always say things like, yeah, I want to meet him. He's my friend. We get along great, while at the same time is, putting 125% tariff on the country. He knows his customer in communist China. And the U.S. signed a new security and defense pact to reinforce control over the Panama Canal. Pete Hegseth down at the canal, the defense secretary, announced the pact during a joint press conference in Panama City yesterday. Watch this.
We also signed with the Minister of Canal Affairs a framework for U.S. military and auxiliary ships to travel through the Panama Canal first and free. First and free. We're working with them to ensure that we take back the canal from malign Chinese influence. And these two documents, I think, create a historic baseline and send a clear message to the region and the communist Chinese that America will stand by our allies, keep key terrain free, so that our ships, our military vessels, our auxiliary vessels are free to traverse anytime they need for any contingency around the world.
So it's another thing that China is upset about, that the U.S. is taking back the Panama Canal. And, you know, it seems to me that China's on its back heels right now. I mean, with all of these moves from President Trump, what do you think about the Chinese economy? What's the impact here?
Well, the Chinese economy is probably around zero. And we see from the price signals, it's in a deflationary spiral down, which is really inconsistent with 5.0% growth that they reported for last year. So this is coming at a time where China's having its 2008. In 2008, they didn't want to have a recession, so they overstimulated their economy. They've accumulated all this debt. They don't know what to do with it because this debt is internal, which means if you try to resolve it, local parties are going to get hurt. They don't have the political will to do that. They got their 2008. They got Trump on tariffs. They got deglobalization. This is all hitting China at the same time, and they have no answers to this in Beijing.
Yeah, and you would think that they would come back and try to, you know, schmooze Trump, try to get in his favor, but he recognizes that they're in a weakened position, and that 125% tariff's only going to make things worse. We'll see if they blink.
Yeah.
And who blinks first. South Korean officials are ready to talk about tariffs going down with the U.S. The country will hold snap elections in June, June 3rd, to choose the successor to former President Yoon Suk-yeol. He was ousted last year after briefly imposing martial law in the country, sparking those protests and riots. Gordon, what do you think about this? You said democracy is at risk in this presidential election, and it could affect trade deals as well.
Yeah, the leading candidate for the June 3rd election is a guy named Lee Jae-myung. And Lee Jae-myung is basically a communist, although he can't say that because he's running for president. But the problem is he's very pro-China, very pro-North Korea, anti-U.S., anti-Japan.
I see.
And so we're in a risk here because South Korea could really go red very quickly.
Wow.
But the point is, on trade deals, you know, Yi doesn't like the United States, so he doesn't want a trade deal with the U.S. He wants to kick our troops off the peninsula. He called them an occupying force. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, you know, right now, things are very much at a point where this is the most important election in South Korea's history, June 3rd.
I'll tell you, what a difference this president and this administration is relative to the last one, where, you know, the Oversight Committee was investigating all the money that the Biden family took in from communist China.
Yeah, and that certainly affected Biden's decision. Biden certainly acted like he was afraid of China.
Yeah.
You know, this was really bad, and it was important for President Trump to win, you know, and this is November 5, I think, is going to be looked at as a turning point in American history. This is the golden age.
And I wonder if this whole time it was about China, that President Trump.
It was about China. It's been about China. If you go 30, 35 years ago, when Trump was talking about tariffs, trade deals with foreign countries, but he especially picked out China and said, you know what? If it gets too bad, he's going to run for the presidency of the United States, which, you know, 40 years later, he did. And he won. So with that being said, I can say for a fact that China was always the target. He just wanted to do the tariff with other countries to act like China wasn't the target. China has always been the target. Before January 20 inauguration day, he knew was going to do that with China. He knew. So China was always the target. All right, Peter Dosey.
And now to a Fox News alert. China escalating the ongoing trade war with the United States, raising the tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House with the details. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. They did raise the tariffs overnight, but the Chinese are putting out the word now today that they are done matching the Trump U.S. tariffs. So they got them up to 125%, but the Chinese officials are telling us that they don't think it's worth matching tariff for tariff anymore with these economic sanctions that they call a joke.
How close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to.
You wouldn't extend the pause?
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens at that time.
So the Chinese rate on U.S. imports is now 125%. The new U.S. rate on Chinese imports, 145% overall. That's higher than yesterday because the existing 20% fentanyl tariffs were left off the calculation. The president is also warning Mexico today that they owe 1.3 million acres of water acres to Texas under a 1944 water treaty. He wrote, "My Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, is standing up for Texas farmers, and we will keep escalating consequences, including tariffs and maybe even sanctions, until Mexico honors the treaty and gives Texas the water they are owed." And there's a great item in the Wall Street Journal today about how these negotiations, these trade deals the White House is taking on typically take years each. But the White House wants to get them all done in the next several weeks. We will see President Trump later on this morning when he is on his way to Walter Reed for his annual physical. Back to you.
All right, Peter, will that information be public?
As much as he wants to put out, they are big sticklers with HIPAA for the president. So as much as he wants to put out, we should get in the next couple weeks.
And Peter, on this trade thing, do you think it caught the administration by surprise that China went from 84 to over 100?
No, if you talk to folks around here, they think it is the plan working. They think that is China recognizing there is a limit to how far they can go in this trade war that White House officials believe is basically the U.S. and every other country now against China.
That's right.
Peter, one more question. What about the water in Lawrence's state in Texas? They're saying that belongs to the U.S. Where is the water? What bodies of water are they talking about?
That is a great question, Ainsley. I am learning about this on Truth Social, like a lot of people this morning, and so we can get. I don't want to say the wrong water, but it's 1.3 million acres.
Well, we already have the Gulf of America.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Peter, I appreciate it.
A bird just landed on my head.
Whoa. What is going on?
Was that a bird?
Yeah, Peter, I appreciate it.
A bird just landed on.
What is that?
The Gulf
Good
of
luck?
America.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Peter,
Is that good luck? Probably
A
is.
bird just landed on my head.
What is going
Was that a
on?
bird?
What was that about?
I did not like that at all.
Peter, the back of your head, your hair's standing up now.
I mean, you got good hair, though.
What is going on?
That's probably so dirty.
Had to be scary.
It's probably so dirty.
Right.
Did he say dirty or scary?
I know.
Hey, President Trump, if you're watching upstairs, we got to do something about these birds.
Absolutely.
Where's the Park Service? The parks, they're always out here sweeping the street and blowing, except when the birds are landing on my head.
Oh my God.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Hope it didn't have the flu.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, great. Yeah.
birds flew.
Thanks, Peter.
Can we get the shampoo guy down here?
Right.
Oh my God.
Somebody get some 10X.
I know that had to be scary. Came up from behind. He wasn't
That was a
seeing
big
it.
bird.
Yeah, it wasn't like a
and it
car
came
that
back
just
from a
drop it in.
flyback as well.
Right.
You know, I think China knows exactly who they're dealing with here. I remember in 2017, the president invited President Xi, to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner. And in the middle of that dinner, he steps away and goes and orders a strike on Syria. So he understands the toughness of Trump. He knew this was going to be a back and forth. I think eventually they do cave, and there's going to be a deal somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's going to go zeroed out. But I like the pressure that's been finally put on China.
Well, I think I don't think they flat out caved because I think there's a pride thing going on here. But the China economy's got huge problems. It's got a property market slump right now. They're trying to dig themselves out of a crisis by putting more stimulus money in. But basically they have so much housing and not enough people to fill it. They built cities and no one went. They were trying to generate a wealth effect, but it has not happened. 70% of their household their wealth is tied to real estate, and the confidence in their own economy is eroding. And they got this other thing that's caught them by surprise. The next generation of Chinese workers are not working. 18 to 34, they're coming out of college, either refusing to or not having jobs. Now, what do? You got to put them to work. Where are you going to go with that market? You got to go outside the borders. You can't just serve the Chinese market. They're not buying. We are their number one consumers. So this is something that right away, they say that they're growing at 4.5%. The GDP could lose right away 0.5%. So they've relied on our outpouring of goods and getting rid of their cars, dumping all this material in all the Western countries. If we all stop buying it or it becomes cost prohibitive, they're going to find themselves in a huge crisis.
All right, Jamieson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, the one that you've seen on Capitol Hill, testifying in front of Congress, both houses. He is going to be on our show at 7:30. We'll ask him all these questions, and maybe he'll spill the beans on what the first deal is going to be, because Donald Trump said we're very close to making a deal.
Well, we have some clues. Taiwan wants to buy more of our weapons right away. They want to start working on a deal. It looks like Japan is addressing the tariffing already, affecting the auto and steel industry. They want to talk to us about that. And South Korea's government is going to provide $6.2 billion in assistance for business exporting to the U.S. So they're trying to adjust while trying to do a deal.
That's right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
All right. Like we've heard, tariff back and forth, trade war
$2 billion in assistance
back and forth
for business.
However, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, had a conversation with the press corps in the White House. Let's check that out. Everybody, double tap your screen and subscribe to the channel.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Let's go.
Happy Friday. As you all know, the president is currently undergoing his routine and long-scheduled physical at Walter Reed Medical Center, and we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night, Casina Carolina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years, and President Trump has brought these Americans home in 80 days. This administration will continue to work hard to bring Americans home from around the world. As I've said before, and I will say it again today, everybody in this room has access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. The cabinet meeting yesterday was further proof. President Trump asked each secretary to provide an update to all of you in the media on the critical work they are doing at their respective agencies to deliver on his agenda. And according to new reporting from the Washington Times, who I believe is in this room today, President Trump answered nearly 100 questions from the press, all of you, during his first 3 open press cabinet meetings this year. That's nearly 20 times the number answered by Joe Biden in cabinet meetings during his entire 4 years in office. In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest monthly decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well. And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country. Also yesterday, House Republicans answered President Trump's call to move forward the budget resolution and officially set the stage for the passage of one big, beautiful bill. The American economy will boom after this bill is passed and the rest of the president's pro-growth agenda goes into effect. The largest tax cuts and deregulation in history, coupled with our energy industry unleashed and renegotiated trade agreements that put America first, are the ultimate formula to usher in the golden age of America. On that note, more than 75 countries have now reached out to the Trump administration, eager to address the trade issues that have exploited America and hurt our workers in the process. The phones have been ringing off the hook to make deals, and these countries wisely heeded President Trump's warning not to retaliate, and as a result, they were rewarded with a 90-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariff rates during this period so potential solutions can be achieved. Past presidents just willingly accepted the failed status quo on trade that ripped off our workers and our companies. But that's not who this president is. He creates his own leverage and negotiates deals better than anyone else who has sat in the Oval Office before him. And that process is currently underway. On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government. Failure to comply with this is a crime, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. As President Trump and Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport, you may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country again. The Trump administration will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws. We will not pick and choose which laws to enforce. We must know who is in our country for the safety and the security of our homeland and for all American citizens. I also have a note from the First Lady to share with you on this Friday. On Tuesday this week, First Lady Melania Trump celebrated the advancement of the Take It Down Act in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. The important legislation passed the committee with bipartisan support, and as you may remember, the President talked about this bill in his address to a joint session of Congress last month. The First Lady remains dedicated to her championing child well-being, ensuring that every young person can thrive, and, of course, championing her Be Best agenda. We urge Congress to swiftly pass this important legislation. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jordan Berman. Jordan is a social media content creator and influencer and a lawyer who grew up following breaking down the news from a neutral perspective. Jordan is the host of her own podcast called Unbiased Politics, where she dissects the top stories from the week from a legal perspective. Jordan focuses on bringing back real journalism from a nonpartisan perspective and has mastered explaining complex legal decisions to a mass audience in the short-form context. Her two biggest platforms are TikTok and Instagram, where she has roughly 500,000 followers on each. With that, please kick us off, Jordan.
Thank you. As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act, and many married women, soon-to-be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID requirements may inhibit their access to the polls. What assurances can you give women voters in America to ease their concerns?
Sure. Well, the SAVE Act, as you mentioned, was passed by the House yesterday. This is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that married women, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical to improving the integrity of our elections and also the trust that American citizens need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill. And I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that. And certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium if the president did not support such a common sense measure.
Thank you. For my next question, I actually want to give a voice to the American people. I sourced a question from one of my listeners. Her name is Bryn. She is from Oregon. And she asked, what, if any, plans do you have, the administration, for the money that will be generated by tariffs imposed on foreign goods? How will the administration facilitate the development of American industries when many critical components, labor, parts, etc., are much cheaper and more feasible from foreign entities?
It's a great question from your listener, and I want to thank her for submitting it to you to ask. That's the part of the new media seat is so that everyday Americans across the country have a voice in this room. So thank you again for being here. Thanks for the question. The president's point about his trade and tariff agenda is to bolster our manufacturing industries here in our country, to bring down the cost of living here in our country, and to ensure that we are maintaining critical supply chains here in America. We cannot be dependent on countries like China if we want this country to be strong and wealthy. So the president wants to restore wealth to America by by shoring up these jobs here at home, which will result in good paying jobs and higher wages for the American public. And so Americans should trust in that process. He effectively implemented tariffs in his first term while driving down the cost of living in this country, and that's what he's focused on doing again. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, could I just ask, are there any specific ideas that the administration has as to what that revenue, specific tariff revenue, will be used for?
Yes, to the heart of your question, the president has spoke about the trillions of dollars that he expects in revenue from tariffs and how we can use it to pay down our debt and to ensure that we are no longer faced with a crippling national debt in the trillions that is going to bankrupt our nation for future generations. So that money coming back home will make America in the green rather than in the red, which any small business owner across the country, I believe, can appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelly.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations, instead sort of old-school shuttle diplomacy where they're in separate rooms and messages are passed back and forth. So is the president comfortable with the arrangement there, and what is the chief objective?
Well, I have spoken to both the president and also his national security team who will be engaged in these discussions. These will be direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal when it comes to Iran, and he has reiterated repeatedly to all of you publicly and also privately to his team here at the White House, his ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update us on Mr. Witkoff in Russia and what's happening with direct communications with Vladimir Putin?
I can confirm that Mr. Witkoff is in Russia to have direct communications with the Kremlin and with Vladimir Putin. This is another step in the negotiating process towards a ceasefire and an ultimate peace deal in Russia and Ukraine. As these negotiations are ongoing, I obviously will not get ahead of the president or his team, but I think the president has been quite clear that he's been continually frustrated with both sides of this conflict, and he wants to see this fighting end. He wants the war to end. We believe we have leverage in negotiating a deal, to a peace deal, and we're going to use that leverage, and the president is determined to see this through.
Sure. Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the effort of transparency, we will provide updates moving forward. But the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal if they're not talking? Where's that optimism come from?
He's optimistic.
Hey,
Sean.
why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office with the president saying that he was going to bring down all of their monetary tariffs and their non-monetary tariff trade barriers as well. We've heard from South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage. Michael.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Two-part question. China, Beijing says it will simply ignore any further tariff escalations from the U.S. Does President Trump see this as China backing down? And as a follow-up to that, what do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say, you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate on China remains where it was yesterday, at the 145% level. The president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder. And he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for.
And that's wild. Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank is proposing for a 400% tariff on China because he's saying that he has companies in China and China takes full advantage of the United States. They steal IPs and stuff, according to Kevin O'Leary, and he's saying that if Trump can enact a 400% tariff on China, he says President Xi will be on a plane to White House first thing in the morning. Do you guys agree with Kevin O'Leary, or do you think he's just blowing smoke? Do you think Kevin O'Leary is blowing smoke, or do you think if a 400% tariff is enacted on China, President Xi is going to leave China and fly to the Oval Office? Do you guys think?
Far too long, and he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken about for decades. President Trump is finally doing it.
Caroline, real quick, the president of El Salvador is coming to the White House on Monday. Does President Trump want him to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia with him?
The Supreme Court made their ruling last night very clear that it's the administration's responsibility to facilitate the return, not to effectuate the return. I believe the Department of Justice just filed another brief in the lower court. I would defer you to that for any updates. But as you mentioned, President Bukele will be here at the White House on Monday to talk about the cooperation that is at an all-time high. And we very much appreciate President Bukele and El Salvador's cooperation and the repatriation of El Salvadorian gang members who the previous administration allowed to infiltrate our country. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The president spoke quite highly of the great relationship that he has with the Turkish president. We know that the president might be heading off to the Middle East very soon. Is he planning to meet with the Turkish president, either here in the White House or in Turkey? Any plans?
I don't have any details about the president's overseas trip other than to say he was surely going to Saudi Arabia. There could be more countries as part of that trip. We're working on the details, and as I've said repeatedly, we will provide the details of that trip as soon as possible.
A trip to Turkey, or his invitation to the Turkish president, is under consideration?
I'm not going to comment on the details of the trip, but once they're confirmed, I will certainly let you all know. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask you about presidential health and also about tariffs. On presidential health, are there plans for the president's physician to come here and take our questions? And also, President Trump repeatedly makes remarks about the former president's health. Is he considering using his executive powers to bring any greater transparency there?
As I have said, the president is undergoing his long-scheduled physical. It's a yearly physical that every president receives, and we will provide an update on that by the president's physician as soon as we possibly can.
And about the former president and transparency regarding his health, are there...
Well, I can tell you there was certainly a lack of transparency from the former president, from the entire former administration, and frankly, a lot of people in this room when it came to the health and the competence of the former president of the United States, Joe Biden. There was one of the greatest cover-ups and frankly political scandals this nation has ever seen. It's been unraveled in some recent books that are being written by journalists who engaged in that cover-up and scandal, which is quite ironic. But this president is clearly committed to transparency. You in this room see him and hear from him on a daily basis. You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock every single day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
If I could ask about tariffs, there have been big swings this week in the Treasury bond yields. There's a theory that it might be because of China dumping these as leverage, driving up costs for U.S. loans like mortgages. Does the White House have evidence that this is in fact a result of Chinese dumping? And if so, is there a message on that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would check in with the Treasury Department on that. I can tell you, I know our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is keeping a very close eye on the bond market. He spoke about it at the White House this week, and I know he's keeping his eyes on it day to day. Ed.
Thanks. Thank you, Carolyn. So the administration, I have an administration source who's telling me that we're weeks away from the first deal with the country over tariffs. Where is the administration? How soon can we see that? And what country is that first one?
I won't reveal or get ahead of our trade team as these negotiations are obviously ongoing, but I can tell you very good progress has been made. Jameson Greer was on television this morning and I spoke to him, and he confirmed that more than 15 offers are already on the table, which is remarkable in just a mere matter of days. And as I said earlier, we've heard from more than 75 countries around the world. This is a team effort. The president has a team of great, brilliant advisors who have been with him every step of the way, and all of them will be divvying up the workload. And I just want to give the president and his trade team credit for taking this on. This is a massive undertaking. There's no doubt about it. We take it very seriously. The president is determined to renegotiate global trade on behalf of American workers. And again, you've seen people on both sides of the aisles calling for this for years, but I think no other president lacked the courage or maybe the work ethic or the stamina to take on such a task. And I know there were some questions about the president's delayed departure earlier to Walter Reed. I'd like to address it was because he's working on this very issue, so he was running a bit behind this morning.
On the 90-day pause, is what would the president...
Everybody has reservations about Trump, for sure. However, since he has been inaugurated, since he was inaugurated in January, on the 20th of January, this man has been doing 2 to 4 events every single day. We've never moved these fast for a long time. Think about it. Everybody wants to negotiate with the United States. Just 6 months ago, none of this was a conversation. Like, none of this. Now, everybody wants to be on a good side with the United States. Europe is saying, send American cars to Europe. Don't worry about it. No tariffs for you. We got you. Thanks to Trump. I know it's hard to give him his flowers because of who he is, his history or whatever, but sometimes you just got to give him his flowers, you know?
Need to see in order to extend that 90-day pause for countries on tariffs?
Well, I think the president addressed this yesterday when he said he's hoping that there will be good deals made before the 90 days is up, and we will cut those deals as soon as we possibly can, country by country, tailor-made deals for each and every country as they all propose unique challenges and unique assets to each country, advantages rather, and when that 90-day mark hits, the president will make that decision then.
One more, if I could, on a different subject. So a bird earlier attacked my colleague, Peter Doocy, during a live shot at
I'm wondering if that's why Peter is absent from his seat. Is he doing okay?
He's recovering.
Has anyone checked on him?
He's recovering. Is anyone looking into that incident?
I could check in with GSA to see if anybody here is looking into it. I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing room earlier today, so I'm hoping somebody checked in on that, as I'm hoping it doesn't.
There was a mouse in the White House? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, yo. Where the taxpayers' money going then? If you got a mouse in the Oval Office, well, maybe not in the Oval Office, in the White House, oh my God. We got bigger fish to fry. If y'all have mouse in the White House. I don't even have mouse in my house. And this ain't the White House. I'll tell you that much.
Run up here and distract me. That would be a good way for all of you to distract me, actually. Have a mouse come run up here. So I'll get an answer for you on that, out of respect for our good friend Peter. Jeff?
Why is American consumer confidence so low?
Look, I think there's a great optimism in this economy, great optimism for the American people, a lot of reason for people to feel optimistic. The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate the global trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just want to reiterate all of the reasons to be confident since you asked, Jeff. For those watching at home, yesterday the CPI report, inflation declined massively. Consumer prices are dropping for the first time in years. Energy prices are down. In fact, oil prices are down 20% since this president took office. Wholesale prices fell again. There have been trillions of dollars in investments into this country. Every day, the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven economic formula.
What is he asking of Americans at this time? He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way, clearly American people do in fact trust him because they did just overwhelmingly elect him to this office. Jennifer.
Is he going, I'm asking about the physical, is he undergoing any general anesthesia, and can you outline any of the other tests that he's doing today?
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's quite a lot that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results as possible?
Of course, yes. The president's physician will do that. I spoke with him this morning.
Sure. Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will release the results of that report as soon as we can. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great. You know what time it is. Thank you for tuning into the live show. It is currently 4:46 a.m. And of course, today's date is 12th of April, 2025. We will be back here. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing to the channel. And if you haven't joined the memberships, it is $4.99. Support your boy. Thank you so much. Also, double tap your screen so you can give this video you're currently watching a like. Just double tap. But tap your screen twice to give this video a like. And thank you guys for being here. You guys are awesome. Without you guys, there would be no show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and of course you can give gift. You can give super chat, super likes, or whatever it's called on YouTube. We have been monetized. God is great. Thank you guys so much. And with that being said, everybody says they have reservations about Trump. I get it, but this is our president for the next 4 years. Millions of people voted for this man. Tens of millions voted for this man. And is he successful? Absolutely. Most people say, well, he's had 4 or 5 bankruptcies. And how do you actually win in life without failing? He's failed. So now he knows how to win. How is that not common sense? You have to fail to win. So when you say he's had 5 bankruptcies, is that supposed to be bad? Is that like, oh, are you trying to make fun of him? Yet he has his names on buildings around the world. This man literally built the New York skyline in the 70s. Okay, when New York was desperate and looking for tourist attraction centers, this man was busy building high-rise in New York, bringing back the economy of New York. And you're here typing on your phone that you're paying bills on, talking about he's filed for 5 bankruptcies. And so what? You have to fail to win. That's what life is. You fail, You fail and you fail some more. And then you start learning from your failures. And then guess what? Winning start coming around because you have to fail to win. Wake up, y'all. You're so scared of failures, you never succeed. Everybody that has actually won in this lifetime, they failed. Matter of fact, they failed more than you could ever try. They failed so much that if they talk to you about how much they failed, you would say, I've never tried this much. So, like, talking about someone failed or filed for bankruptcy, or you're making fun of someone, making jest of someone, making joke out of someone's failure, that's actually not a flex. Because if you fail long enough, you would eventually win. If you fail long enough, you will win. But with that being said, I'm not here to be your therapist or whatever. Okay, this is just common sense. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams, and believe in God Almighty. With that being said, fathers, this is for the fathers. Okay, fathers, take care of your kids. All right, be there for them. Love them. Tell them how much you love them. Hug them. Hug them tight. And just make sure they understand that regardless of what you're going through, because as a father, you go through a lot. Okay. However, make them understand that I am here for you. Dad is always here for you, and I love you dearly. Okay. So this is for the fathers. Okay. Because mothers, they've been holding the fourth. the mothers have been holding the fourth. Okay. They've been holding the fourth for a long time. So, fathers, this is our time to step up, do what we're supposed to do, because the older generation probably, left up. So, new generation fathers, take care of your kids, be there for them, love them, and let's do what we got to do. You know what time it is? I'm out here, and I will be back here, and we're gonna wait. Let me be sure, because I want to be a man of my word. Okay, I know you guys actually, you know, wait up for this show, so I don't want to tell you I'll be here and I'm not here. All right, so as you all know, the big beautiful bill that Trump has always been advocating for is getting closer to getting passed in Congress. And that's the good news, which is the large tax cut and all that stuff. So um it's almost great to go. Like, if this passes, which it's almost going to pass, maybe it's going to pass. I think it's going to pass. Okay, this is my prediction. When that passes, that's a large tax cut for Americans. This way, tariffs wouldn't be our issues anymore. But I'll let the commander in chief handle that. We're going to check out this hearing in about, well, Kevin O'Leary actually had a hearing about financial aggression against American retirees, and long story like that. It's about 2 hours, 30 minutes. We're gonna see that when I come back here in about 45 minutes or an hour time. But with that being said, I just want to say thank you for being here. Subscribe to the channel, turn on your notification bell. We're gonna be back in about 1 hour, and have a wonderful day. Okay, turn on your notification bell, subscribe to the channel, double tap your screen, and show your boy some love, man. I love you guys. Thank you to Mr. Booski. Thank you to C. Shelley. Thank you to Dana. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. But these are the moderators of the show, and I have to thank them specially, okay? Specially. And everybody who commented on here. Ali, how are you? Thank you for being here, Ali. Ali is a special person. She's following me on Instagram too. Ali, you follow me on Instagram, right? Thank you for being here. It's Ali, not Ali, right? I don't want to mispronounce your name. All right. Somebody says the people's president, Donald J. Legendary Trump. Yeah, that's right. Yes, thank you for tuning in, everybody. Turn on your notification bell, everybody. Turn on your notification bell so we can move forward, okay? Because we're going to be back here. We're going to be back here in about 1 hour. So if you turn on your notification bell, we should be good to go. Ali Gonzalez. That is such a beautiful name. Ali Gonzalez. Shout out to Ali Gonzalez. You know what time it is. All right, everybody. Signing out. We'll be back here in about 1 hour. I'm going to set up a timer right now so I don't promise and fail. I want to be like my president, okay? Promises made, promises kept. Okay. All right. All right. Love you guys, man. Thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Spread love, okay? Life is already hard, so spread love, y'all. Okay? Life is hard. So let's just spread the love and let God lead. All right? Thank you guys for being here. Turn on your notification bell. We're going to be back here in 1 hour. I already set my timer, so it is what it is. God bless y'all, man. And did I say thank you to veterans? Thank you to the veterans and thank you to the military personnel. You guys protect the homeland, okay? Thank you for your service. God bless you. And I am signing out. Be back.